Hello and welcome to my coding course to build an e-commerce website like Amazon from scratch. In this course, you will learn the essential tools and skills to design, develop, and deploy a fully functional e-commerce website like Amazon using Next.JS framework and Sanity content platform. My name is Basir and I'll be your instructor in this course. I have 17 years of coding experience in international companies like ROI Vision in Montreal, and now I'm a coding instructor with more than 50,000 students around the world. I designed this course for anyone seeking to develop a fully functional e-commerce website like Amazon. By the end of this course, you'll be able to design a responsive website, implement a user-friendly front-end, and build a scalable backend. Also, you can deploy your website on cloud servers and connect it to payment gateways for online payment. You need to open the code editor along with me and start coding throughout this course. I teach you creating functional components from React, defining different screens using Next.JS, using React hooks to handle form inputs and fetch backend web API, managing and monitoring application state by React context, handling shopping cart using reducer and cookies, building backend web API by Node and Sanity, and handling authentication using JSON Web Token. Also, you can manage your e-commerce website admin dashboard using Sanity Studio. At the end of this course, you'll be able to use online services like PayPal for online payment, Vercel for website deployment, and Sanity for managing structured data on the cloud. I designed this course for web developers and entrepreneurs. If you are or want to be a web developer, take this course to become a professional web developer, have a great project in your portfolio, and get a job in more than 22 million job opportunities around the world. If you are an entrepreneur, take this course to launch your startup, sell your products and services using this fully functional e-commerce website, and earn money from your idea. The only requirement for this course is having basic knowledge of React.JS. Feel free to take a look at the course preview and enroll if it's along with your ambitions. Hello and welcome to the introduction to this course. What we're gonna do is to build an e-commerce website like Amazon using Next.js and Sanity data platform as a backend. Let us start by introducing the tools and the technologies that we're going to use in this course, and then enumerate the pages and features of this e-commerce website. The back office of this e-commerce website is handled by Sanity Studio. Here we have a list of contents including users, products, and orders. We can manage all of them, change the data from the Sanity Studio. For the front-end part, we're gonna use Next.js, which is a React framework for creating production-ready websites. For the backend, we use Sanity backend platform to save and retrieve data on the cloud. For the payment, we're gonna use PayPal platform. And for the deployment, we're gonna use Vercel service. That's all about the tools and technologies that we're going to use in this course. Let's enumerate the features of the website. In the homepage, we'll list all products. For each product, we show the product image, name, rating, price, and add to cart button. When you select a product, you will be redirected to product details screen. Here, you will see the bigger image of the product and all information about it. Also, there is an action card. You can see the price of product, the status in the stock, and add to cart button. Also, it's possible for users to put reviews for the product. When user click on add to cart, the product will be added to the cart and you will see a badge in the header menu. you can change the quantity of product in the cart screen, and you can remove the product from the cart. Here, when user click on checkout, we check the authentication of the user. If user is not logged in, we redirect the user to the login page. And if user don't have an account, need to click on register and create a new account. After entering information in the register screen and click on register, we create a new account in the Sanity backend and redirect user to shipping screen. In this screen, user needs to enter their shipping address and click on continue to go to the payment method selection screen. In this screen, user needs to select the payment method and then click on continue to go to the next step. In this step, we show the preview of the order and user can update all information for the order, and at the end, user click on place order. By placing an order, we create a new record in the Sanity and show the payment method to pay the order. When user click on PayPal, we redirect user to the PayPal website to make the payment, and after successful payment, user will be redirected to the order screen and the order status is gonna be paid. For the customer, we make it possible to see the profile and update their information and show the order history to check all previous orders. The last feature of this website is search products. Here, user can search product by keyword. In the search screen, we make it possible to filter products based on their categories, their price, and their rating. User can sort products based on price, high to low and low to high, and based on customer review. In the left side, there is a sidebar and we show the categories of the product here. It's very similar to Amazon. At the end, we make it possible to change the theme of the website, make it dark and light using React context. What you will learn in this lesson are Sanity Unified Content Platform to build cloud database for products, orders, and users. Next.JS basics like setting up projects, navigation between pages, and data fetching. Next.js advanced lessons including dynamic routing, image optimization, and server-side rendering. MUI framework to build responsive website using custom theme, animations, and carousels. Basic and advanced React.JS concepts including hooks, context, and higher order functions. Working with PayPal Developer API to make online payments. And at the end, how to deploy your web application on cloud servers like Vercel. If you are ready, let's get to code. In this lesson, we're gonna install development tools for creating our e-commerce website. Let us start by installing Google Chrome. Open your default browser. I'm using Microsoft Edge on Windows, and type Chrome download on the address bar. Then select this address, google.com/Chrome, and then click on download Chrome. After downloading Chrome, click on Chrome setup.exe, confirm, press yes, and then it starts downloading Chrome on your computer. After that, it installs Google Chrome. There we are. There is no need to Microsoft Edge, close it, and maximize Google Chrome. Chrome is the default browser for the web development in this course, and it's time to install Code Editor. In the address bar, type VS Code and press enter. You are going to install Visual Studio Code on this computer. Awesome. Download for Windows. If you are using another operating system, you can download them here. Use the stable one. Download for Windows. You will be redirected to this page and it starts downloading VS Code in your downloads folder. After downloading, click on it, click on Run, and accept, select the default options, and click on Install button. Click on Finish, and there we are. We have Visual Studio Code opened in our computer. Make it maximize and go back to Google Chrome and install Node.js. Type Node.js and press enter. Here, click on Node.js. You will be redirected to nodejs.com/en, and then click on this version, the LTS version of Node. I'm using version 16, and let's download it. After download, click on it, open the installer of Node.js, click Next, and Next again, select default options, and install Node.js on your computer. And the last thing that we're gonna install here is Git. Type Git and press enter, and select this one, git-scm.com. Click on it, select download, and based on your operating system, select the right one. I'm using Windows. Click here to download the latest version. And then click on installer file, click yes, and there we are. Click on next here. We are going to install Git Bash and Git UI. Select default options, next, next. Select default one, click on next, next again, default options, default one, next, next, click on install. So what I did is to accept default options to install Git on Windows. Awesome. It says completing installation of Git, and click on finish. Press escape, and let's go to VS Code. And from terminal menu, select new terminal. And instead of default shell, which is PowerShell, I'm going to use Git Bash, but I'm going to make it as a default profile. So click on select default profile, and by installing Git Bash, we have this option here. Select Git Bash, then click on plus, and this time we have Git Bash in Windows. So we can run Linux-like commands in Windows, and throughout this lesson, we use this command style in the terminal. Let's test the version of Git, git -- version. So we are using version 2.34.1. So your versions may be higher, that's okay. Let's check the Node version, Node -- version. Awesome, we are using version 16.13.1. Check NPM version. We need all of them for this course. And we are using version 8.1.2. That's it about installing Google Chrome, Visual Studio Code, Node.js, and Git on Windows operating system. In the next lesson, we configure Visual Studio Code to code simpler, smarter, and better throughout this course. In this lesson, we are going to install development tools for Mac. The first tool is Code Editor. We are going to use Visual Studio Code in this course. Go to code.visualstudio.com and click on the download button here. Based on your operating system, you can select the right one. For my case, I click on Download Mac. You will be redirected to a new page, and after a few seconds, the file will be downloaded here. After download, you will have that file in your downloads folder, and by double click on it, it extracts as a Visual Studio Code.app. Then open a new instance of Finder, right click, new Finder window, click on Applications, and drag Visual Studio Code app there. That's it. You will have Visual Studio Code in your Applications folder. Then double click on Visual Studio Code, or you can press Command Space and type code to find Visual Studio Code in Spotlight. Click on it, and there we are. Maximize VS Code. Let's go for next tools. It's the browser. We are going to use Google Chrome in this course. So you need to go to google.com/Chrome and click on download Chrome. Then just run the application to have Google Chrome instead of default browser in your Mac operating system. The next tools is Node.js. Go to this address, nodejs.org/en, and download the LTS version of it. It's version 16. Click on it. It takes a while to download latest version of Node on your computer. Double click on the downloaded file to open the wizard of installation of Node. Click on continue, continue, agree, continue, install. Enter your password, your Mac password, and there we are. It's installing Node.js on the Mac. Click on close and click on move to trash the installer file. Nice. Let's go for the last one. We use Git in this course, so we need to install it. Go to git.scm.com and then click here, download for Mac. You will be redirected to this page and you need to follow the instruction here. The simplest way is doing this, using brew install git. Press Command space and type terminal, select terminal and run brew install git. It updates brew and then the git. That's it about installing Git. If you already have Xcode on your Mac, Git is already installed. Let's check the versions of Git and Node in VS Code. In the VS Code, we have integrated terminal. From terminal menu, click new terminal, and there we are. You don't need to use the external and standalone terminal in Mac. Instead of it, we use integrated terminal inside VS Code. Let us start by checking the version of Git, git-version. We are using version 2.34.1. Check the Node version. You can use -v here. We are using version 16. And check npm. It's version 8. So throughout this course, we use Git, Node, and npm regularly. That's it about this lesson. In the next lesson, we configure VS Code to code faster, better, and smarter. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to install extensions for VS Code to format the code and find the issues and errors in the code using ESLint. Let's start by installing a code formatter. We're gonna use Prettier for this purpose. Let's go to VS Code and install Prettier extension. Click on extensions icon and type Prettier in the search bar. Prettier. The first option, click on install and wait a moment to install Prettier on VS Code. Okay, it's time to test Prettier. What I'm gonna do is to create a JS file and enter some lines of code to make sure that Prettier format the code correctly. From file menu, select new and save the file in the desktop. Save it. Select your desktop and set the name to test.js. Then just write this code. Import React from React function app. Return dev class name test hello world. Export default app. This code is not formatted because here we have two spaces. It should be single quote, not double quote. It should have semicolon. So I'm going to enable Prettier to format the code. Let's go for it. Click on manage icon, select setting, and here type default formatter. Default formatter. Here we have default formatter option. Select Prettier. The next step is gonna be setting format on save. In the search box, type format on save and enable format a file on save option. Let's go to the test and press Ctrl S, or you can select save from file menu. Awesome. As you see, extra space removed here. We have semicolon and the code is formatted. What I'm gonna do is to use single quote instead of double quote in the JavaScript. Go to the setting and type single quote. Select prettier single quote. Just select this one. We're not gonna have single quote in JSX. Select this and go to test.js and press Ctrl S to save again the file. As you see, in the JavaScript, we have single quote, and in the JSX, we have double quote. That's the standard throughout this course. The last setting is about bracket pair colorizer. Press Ctrl-Shift-P to open this box and type JSON here and select Preferences Open Setting JSON. As you see, we have all three settings here. I'm going to add a new setting for bracket pair colorizing. It's this. Put a comma here and inside double quote type editor.bracketPairColorization.enable to true and enter this setting, editor.bracketPairColorization.enable to true. Save the file and go back to test.js. Awesome. Here the bracket is in yellow color and it makes reading code easier and faster. That's it about prettier. Let's go for the next extension. We are going to use ESLint as a linter for this project. It uses the ESLint package that we will install later on Create React app and show all errors in your code and help you to code in the standard way. Click on Install button and that's it. It just installed. We're not gonna test it in this lesson. We will test the ESLint in next lessons. I'm going to install 2 extra optional extensions to code faster, and they are just code snippet. Let us start by JavaScript, ES6 code snippet, install it. And the next is ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippet. To make sure that the snippets works, you can go to the test.js and type EMP and press tab to see the code snippet from JavaScript, and to test ES7 React, type RFC, stand for React Functional Component, and press tab to have a sample functional component in your code. Great, we successfully installed the extensions that we need in this course. They are ESLint, Prettier, JavaScript, and React code snippet. Also, in the VS Code setting, we set the default formatter to Prettier, format on save to true, and Prettier single quote to true. And at the end, we set bracket pair colorizing to use colored curly bracket and parentheses in the code. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create Next application and add Material UI framework to our Next application. Here is the result. To create Next application, we use the documentation in the Next.js.org, and to add the Material UI, we use the documentation in the MUI.com. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the Git repository of the project in this address, github.com/basir/sanity-amazona, and then go to the comments section and find video 3, create next app and add MUI. If you click on it, you can see all changes in the files, including package, app, and document, and you can compare your code with this to fix all issues in this lesson. If you are ready, let's get to code. Let us start by opening the terminal in VS Code. From terminal menu, click on New Terminal. Go to your favorite folder. I'm gonna go to the desktop folder. And here it's time to create Next app. We're gonna use Next.js.org documentation to create it. As you see, the command is like this. Copy this line, paste it here, npx create-next-app, and use the latest version of it. Wait a moment to install all packages for the Next application, including React, React DOM, and Next. It asks this question. You need to install it, press enter to confirm. And the next question is, what is your project named? Set the name to Sanity-Amazona and press enter. It will start installing React, React DOM, and Next for your project. After installing all packages, you will see this message. It says go to the Sanity-Amazona and run npm run dev. Let's do it. City Sanity-Amazona and run npm run dev. Here we get this message. Control click on this address, localhost colon 3000. That's it. We successfully created our very first Next.js application terminal and press Ctrl C to stop the application. Then type code and put dots. By running this, a new instance of VS Code will open, but this time I have Sanity-Amazona folder in the left side. This time, if I click on terminal and click on new terminal, automatically the Sanity-Amazona folder will be the active folder. Here I can run again npm run dev to have the application running in the correct workspace. If I click on it, I'm getting the same result. Here it's time to install the Material UI. We are going to use this UI library to create all UI stuff. So go to the terminal, click a new instance of terminal. To have Material UI, we need to install some packages. Let's go to the terminal and run npm install. The first package is @mui/material. Second one is @mui/styles. The third one is icons-material. Also, we need to install 3 additional packages from @emotion to handle the cache in the Next.js application. Here is the first one. Second one is @emotion/server. And the third packages from @emotion is @emotion/react. Press enter to install all 6 packages. Let's go to the package.json. And here we have 6 new packages. The next step is creating underlined documents inside the pages folder. Go to the pages folder and right click on pages, new file, and set the file name to underline document.js. What we're gonna do in this file is to change the way that we render document in Next.js to include the Material UI in the process of rendering the document. First of all, we need to have some imports. The first import is for React. Second one is for document and head HTML main and next script from Next package. And the third one is create emotion server from @emotion/server. After import, we need to export a React component named myDocument. It extends the document from the next document. Define render function for this component. In the render, we are going to return HTML. HTML is coming from the next document, not the regular HTML from HTML5. Inside that, use head from next. And inside that, put a link to the Google font for Roboto. Save the file to format your code. After that, it's time to create a body. And in the body, render main and next script. That's it about the render function. And it's time to go for the get initial props for the newly created component. After this, define get initial props on this component. It's an async function. And what we're gonna do is to get the render page of the context. So what I did is to put the render page in a new constant because I'm going to change the way that we render the page. Then define cache. The cache constant comes from the create cache function. Create cache function is coming from @emotion/cache. Scroll up and import create cache from it. Next step is gonna be calling create emotion server and pass the cache from previous step, and from it and from this function fetch, and from this function extract this function extract critical to chunks. We need to use it in the render page. Let's define render page like this. And what I'm gonna return in the render page is calling original render page. What I'm gonna do in the new version of render page is calling the original render page, but this time as a parameter, I define enhance app as a function that accepts app and return a new function. This new function accepts props and return the app component, but pass the emotion cache to the cache from this step. Also pass the other props as they are. To get rid of this error, click here, select the lamp and select disable React/display name to get rid of this warning here. Save the file and let's go for the next step. For the next step, define initial props from get initial props on document object and get emotion styles from the extract critical to chunks of this step. The next part is defining emotion style tags. They are coming from the emotion styles.styles and it converts all styles here to this object. It's an style tag. It's the regular HTML style and the key is style.key and the data-emotion is coming from this expression. Also, we said dangerously set inner HTML to the style.css. At the end, we need to return all fields of initial props, but for the styles, update it based on the react.children.toArray all items inside the styles of initial props. Also pass the fields of emotion style tags as they are. Save the file and here is the code to change the way that we render the document. Let's go for the next step. It's in the app.js. Before rendering the function, call set client-side emotion cache to create cache, like the document it's coming from @emotion/cache. Then add this new property in the parameter of my app. It's emotion cache. The default value, if it's null, is the emotion is client-side emotion cache from create cache. Then wrap the component inside cache provider like this. Save the file to format your code and cache provider is coming from @emotion/react. Also, we need to pass the value to emotion cache like this. Save the file and go to the index.js in the pages folder. Change the title to Sanity Amazona, the e-commerce website by Next and Sanity. Get rid of all styles because we don't need it. And also the main section and footer. Get rid of div, class name, and only create a typography. Press tab to import it from @MUI and set it to Sanity Amazona. Save the file and get rid of this extra import. For the typography, set the component to heading 1 to test it and variant to h1. So what it does is to change the elements to h1 and the class to heading 1. Save the file and let's check the result. Here we have Sanity Amazona and the style is correct. If we right click on it and click on inspect, what we see is a div and a heading 1 and the class name is MUI typography-h1. It means that we successfully installed Material UI on our Next.js application, and if we refresh the page, it works like what we want. Also, there is no error in the console. That's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did in this lesson. We created Next application and we installed the Material UI packages. Also, we edited the underline app.js to use cache provider of @emotion/React to apply Material UI to the Next application. Also, we created a new file named underline document.js to change the way that we render the document to include Material UI packages. Also, in the index.js, we get rid of all template content and replace it with a typography and test the heading 1 style from Material UI to the Next application. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to publish our code on GitHub. What we're gonna do is to connect the project in VS Code to the GitHub and then publish all code to the GitHub. So we have the code in this address, github.com/yourname/sanity-amazona. Let's do it. Open a new tab and go to github.com. Enter your email here and sign up for GitHub. You will receive an email. You need to click on the activation link, follow the instruction to create your GitHub account. After creating account, go to the README file, get rid of all content and make the content like this. Sanity Amazona and the lessons. So far we are in the lesson create Next app and the current lesson is publish to GitHub. What we did is create GitHub account. And the next step is push to GitHub from VS Code. Let's do this step. Press Ctrl+Shift+P and type publish to GitHub. Click on publish to GitHub. It asks a permission from GitHub. Click allow and you will be redirected to the vscode-auth.github.com. Click on continue. And it's success, click on Open Visual Studio Code. After that, you are getting this question. Click Open to give the permission. And here is options to publish to GitHub public repository at this address. Click on it and it publish to the GitHub. It's uploading files. Click on Open on GitHub and there we are. We have our code on the GitHub repository at this address. Your name is different, but the repository name is sanity-amazona. Let's update it. Video 4, push to GitHub, press this icon and click on sync changes. After a while, the progress bar will be gone. And if you click on your repository name, you will have a new commit here. It's new changes that you made. If you click on it, you can see all changes that you have made in the previous lesson. Awesome. We successfully created a Git repository and committed changes to the Git repository and push it to the GitHub. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create website layout for our e-commerce website. What we're gonna do is to create a header and set the brand of the website to Amazona, create content section and a footer for the alt-right reserved message. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository at this link and in the commit section, find video 5 create website layout. You can compare your code in this lesson with the code here. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to create website layout. Let us start by creating layout.js in the components folder. We don't have a components folder, so let's create it. Right click on the empty space, new folder, and set it to components. Then right click on components, new file, set it to layout with capital L. In the layout, create layout functional component. It's a React functional component that accepts 3 parameters in the props: title, description, and children. Inside layout, define a theme like this. It's coming from create theme function, and this function should be imported from the @MUI/material/styles. All changes in the theme, including typography, colors, should be applied here. Let us start by setting typography. For typography, set heading 1 style to font size 1.6 rem, font weight to 400, and margin vertically 1 rem and horizontally 0. Save your file to format your code. Let's define the second item in the typography. It's heading 2. The font size is a bit smaller, just it. Then go for the color. For changing the default color, we use palette object, and inside the palette object, set the first property to mode, and it's either dark or light. I'm going to set it to light, but in next lesson, we use context API to make it dynamic based on user selection. Then set the primary color to this orange color, F0C000, and the secondary color to this one, 208080. Save the file to style your code. After creating the theme, it's time to return. What we're gonna return is an empty container. Inside that, define head to change the title, and for the title, create a title tag and use this conditional rendering. If title exists, it's title dash sanity Amazona. If it's empty, it's only sanity Amazona. Also, we can set the description. If description exists, then render meta tag for the description. It's very useful for search engine optimization. Save the file and import head. Head is coming from next/head. Press tab to import it. Good. The next step is defining a theme provider. After the head, define theme provider. As a props, we set the theme to the theme that we created in this step. Inside the theme provider, we need to render CSS baseline component like this. Both of them are coming from the MUI/material. Let's import them. CSS baseline and theme provider. CSS baseline is to make the style consistent throughout your project. Save the file and go back to the return part and create app bar. It's a component from Material UI. Set position to static. Inside that, define toolbar. It's coming from the Material UI 2. And inside that, create a next link. Set href to the homepage and pass href. Why do we pass href? Because inside it, we're gonna use a link. This link is coming from Material UI, and this one is coming from next/link. That's the way to use link in Material UI based project in Next.js application. Inside the link, create a typography and set the title to Amazona. Awesome. Let's import them. Scroll up, import next link from next/link, app bar from @MUI/material. If you press tab, you will see this here. Press Ctrl space. At the end of it, select the autocomplete, and for the typography, do the same. For the link, they are coming from @MUI/material. Save the file, and here is the import section from material. Scroll down, and right after the app bar, define a container and set the component to main. So this container, which is coming from the material UI, will be rendered as a main. Press Ctrl space to get import suggestion and select it. Inside that, render the children. So we can use this component as a higher order component. So it render whatever we put inside it. Save your file and go for the last part. It's the footer. For the footer, create a box, and the component should be footer in the HTML file, and the typography is this message. Let's import box, Ctrl space, select box from @MUI/material. Save it, and here is all components that we imported from @MUI/material. Let's use it in the index.js. Open index.js and get rid of all content in the return section and use layout. Where does it come from? It's coming from ../components/layout. Inside that, we are going to list products. We do it in the next lessons. Save the file. Let's check the result. Here is the result. We have app bar, content section, and footer. Let's fix the styles. Create utils folder in the empty space, utils, and inside that, create a new file named classes.js. Inside the classes, define classes object and export it as a default. For the layout, I'm going to define first class like this. Its main margin top is 2 rem and minimum height is 80 viewport height. Second class is footer, margin top is 1 rem and text align is center. For the app bar, set background color to this color, 20, 30, 40. And for the links, the anchors inside it, set color to white and margin left to 1 rem. For toolbar, set justify content to space between. And for the brand, set the font weight to bold and font size 1.5 rem. Save the file. And here is the code in the classes.js. Let's use them in the layout.js. Find the app bar and set the class of it to classes.appbar. To set a class in the Material UI framework, we use SX. So set SX equal to classes.appbar. To get the classes, press Ctrl space to get the recommendation and select this one, utils/classes. So what we did is to import classes from this file, and then we used it right here. Let's go for the toolbar here, set the class to classes.toolbar, and for the brand name, set the SX to classes.brand. Find the container and set the class of container to classes.main, and find the footer, set the class name of footer to classes.footer. Save the file and let's check the result. Much better. Here we have footer center aligned and margin from button. In the header, we have the brand name bold and big, and we have a space for listing products. Let's get rid of underline for the link here. Go to the layout.js and find the create theme and define this property, component. For the component, set material UI link, MU link, to this object, default props, and in the default props, set underline to hover. Save it and check the result. Awesome. There is no underline for the Amazon link, but if you hover, you will see the underline. Great, we successfully created the layout for our e-commerce website. We have app bar, we have content section, and also we have the footer bar. If you right click and click on inspect, you will see a div, a header, a main, and a footer section. And for the main section, the mean height is 80 VH. It's coming from the classes right here because we set it in the container at this point. That's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did. We created a new file named classes.js in utils folder to add some classes to create website layout. We created the layout component as a wrapper for all pages to add the theme of the MUI and also style the website elements. And we used the layout in the home or index.js to show how it works. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we're gonna use Sanity.io, which is a platform for structured content. What we're gonna do is to use this content platform to save and retrieve e-commerce website data, including products, customers, orders, and etc. By the end of this lesson, we're gonna have this product model and we will add 4 products to it. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository at this link and go to comment section to find video 6 connect to Sanity. Here you can find all images that we use in this lesson and also the product.js in the schema folder to create product model. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to connect to Sanity. Go to the sanity.io and click on Get Started. If you want to use the coupon code that we created for coding with Basir, go to this address, sanity.io/coding with Basir. What you need to do to get started, just install Sanity CLI using this command, copy this code, and go to the terminal, open a new terminal, and paste the command here. What it does is to install Sanity CLI as a global package on your computer. After installing this package, run sanity init and set the coupon code to coding with Basir. By having this coupon code, you will get these benefits. Copy this, then go back to the terminal and paste the code here. Press enter, and here it's time to log into your account. I'm going to use Google to create an account. So select Google one, the default option. Then you will be redirected to the accounts.google.com. Select your account, enter your email and password of Google, and after successful login, you can close this and go back to the terminal. You will get this beautiful message, login successful. The next step is gonna be setting a project name. I'm gonna set the project name to Sanity-Amazona. Press enter. The next question is about use the default dataset configuration. Press enter to accept yes. The next question is about project output path. Set it to Sanity and press enter. Next one is select project template. We're gonna use clean project with no predefined schemas. Press enter. It takes a while to install all required packages for you. Great. After successful message, you can follow the instruction here. Go to the Sanity folder. In the project, you will have a new folder named Sanity. To fix the issue in the source control, go to the git ignore and get rid of /before node module and save the file. By doing this, we ignore the node module in the root folder here and in the subfolders The next step is gonna be running sanity start. While you are in sanity folder, run sanity start. It takes a while to compile project and run Content Studio. Control click on the link to open the Sanity Studio in the browser. You need to log in again here. Select your login way, and after login, you will be redirected to your desk on Sanity. Here you are getting this message, empty schema, because we didn't create any schema so far. We need to go to the project and create our very first schema. It's product. Go to the Sanity folder and inside a schema, right click and create a new file and set file name to product.js. It's an e-commerce website and the first model to save is product. Let us start by exporting an object. For this object, set the name to the model's name. The name is product. The title in the studio is product with capital P. The type of this file is a document because we can define other type of objects. And here it's time to define the fields of this model. It's like defining fields in a regular database. The first field is the name. It's product name. For each field, we need to set the name, title, and type. Save the file to format your code and go for the next field. It's price. The price is of type number. They are predefined data type in the Sanity. To get the list of all data type, you can go to this link, sanity.io/docs/sanity-types, and here you will have all data type like number. As you see, the type is number. Let's go for the next field. It's image. Title is image with capital I and the type is image. In the Sanity, we have image data type and we can upload image in the Sanity Studio. Also, we can set the option for image data type and set the hotspot to true to define the most important part of the image. Save the file and go for the next field. It's description. Here is description. It's very similar to the product name because its type is a string. The next field is a slug. URL friendly name of the product. We have a specific type for the slug and we can set options for this data type. The source of a slug is coming from the name field, this field. So what you enter here will be converted to a slug based on these options. The max length of the slug should be 96 characters. Next two fields, they are brand and category of type string. Next field is the rating of type number. It's average rating. Next one is the non-reviews of type number. Also, we need to define the content stock of type number. That's it about the fields of the product model. Save your code. After defining the schema, go to the schema.js and import product.js here. Right here, type product. Wait a while to get the ./product suggestion and press tab. By pressing tab, you will import the product from this file. Save the code and make sure that you are running the Sanity Studio at this address. And after compiling, go to the Sanity Studio and here you will have product contents. Click on it. There is no document in this content. Click on this icon to create a new product. All fields here are coming from the fields in the product model. Let's add sample product. Name is free shirt, price 70. And here it's time to upload file. In the public folder, I create a new folder named images and I will put product images in this folder. So you can find these images from the Git repository of this project. Let's go back to Sanity Studio, click on Upload, and inside the public images, find the first image, and it start uploading the file here. Awesome. Set a description. For a slug, just click on Generate to generate a slug based on the name. For brand, make it Nike. Category, make it shirts. Rating, num reviews 10. Content stock 20. And click on Publish. By clicking on Publish, you can access to this content on the cloud. We will learn how to use it in our code in next lessons. For the rest of this lesson, I'm going to add 3 other products. Click on this icon, featured, AT, select the image, P2, description, slug generate, brand, category, content stock 10, and publish. Click on plus, go for the third one, price 290, upload image, P3, description, slug generate, brand, category, rating, then set content stock to 15 and click on publish. Let's go for the last one, fit pants, set price, upload image, P4, description, generate a slug, set brand, category, rating, num reviews, and content stock, and publish. Awesome. We successfully created 1, 2, 3, 4 products in the Sanity Studio. We're going to use this content in next lessons to list products in the next application. Let's review what we did in this lesson. We created Sanity folder inside the next project, and in the public folder, we created images with 4 new images. In the Sanity, we created a new schema for product, and we used it in the schema.js like this. Here is the all changes that we have made in the files of the project. And that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to list products in the home screen. What we're gonna do is to connect to the Sanity and fetch products from the content platform in Sanity and list them here in the next application. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section, find video 7 list products. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to list products in the homepage. The first step is gonna be adding localhost colon 3000 to the course origins in the Sanity. To do that, go to this address, sanity.io/manage, and after login, select Sanity Amazona, the project that we are working on it. Then go to the API and scroll down to find the course origins. What we're gonna do here is to click Add Course Origin and enter this address, http://localhost:3000. It's the address of our local version of Next application. Then select Allow Credentials and click on Save button. Awesome. By having this, we can send AJAX requests from the Next application. The next step is fetching data from Sanity. Go to the index.js inside Pages folder, this one. Implement use effect to fetch data from Backend. Use effect, we need to import it from the React and define fetch data function. It's an async function that accepts no parameter. Inside that, define a try catch body. In the try part, define products equal to await. I'm going to use client here. What is client? Client is a Sanity client and its interface to connect to the Sanity and fetch data from it. I just call the fetch from the client And let's keep the code right here. Inside the fetch, I need to enter the query to fetch products from the Sanity server. At this point, I'm going to build the client. The first step is gonna be opening your terminal and make sure that you are running the Sanity server using Sanity start command in the Sanity folder and next application running npm run dev in the Sanity Amazon or the root folder of the project. Then click on plus to create a new terminal. Inside the Sanity Amazon folder, install @sanity/client. By using this package, we can connect to Sanity and fetch data from it. Then go to the utils folder, right-click new file and create client.js. Import client from sanity/client and export default. Call the client as a function and pass 3 parameters. The first parameter is project ID. I'm going to get it from a config file. So I just set it to config.projectID. Dataset equal to config.dataset. And the third parameter is a flag, use CDN. By using CDN, we can increase the performance of our client query because it uses CDN instead of the fresh data on the Sanity server. Let's implement config file. Inside util.js, right-click new file and set file name to config.js. Define config equal to set project ID to the ID of project. Let's find it. Inside Sanity Manage, where you add cross origin, in the URL, you will see the ID right here. Also, the project ID is at the beginning of this page. Copy this and paste it here. Set the dataset to production. It's the default dataset. Save the file and export default config. It's export. Save it. Go back to client and press Ctrl space on config to import config from data/config in the same folder. Save it. Go back to index.js and Ctrl space on the client to get import suggestion for the client from ./utils/client. Here it's time to fetch products from the Sanity. Use backtick literal and put star and inside the square brackets set underline type equal to, put a space, and inside double quotes type product. It's the query language of Sanity. To get more information about this query language, go to this address sanity.io/docs/how queries work and read this document to get to know how it works. In this code, it just returns all products without any filter. After getting product, we need to use setState to update the product. So I need to define a state right before the use effect. Let's go for it. Const state and setState equal to use state. Press tab to import it from React. And here it's time to define the default values for the state. It's an object. The first field in this object is products. By default, it's an empty array. The error, by default, it's empty. There is no error. And loading, by default, it's true because at the beginning of loading this component, I'm going to load data from backend. After this, deconstruct state and fetch loading, error, and products from the state. Here it's time to use the setState in the fetch data. After getting products from Sanity, we need to set a state to this object. Set products equal to the products from the backend and set loading to false. In the catch part, set state loading to false an error to the error.message. Great. Don't forget to call it after define fetch data. The second parameter of use effect is dependency array. So make it as an empty array. By having this, fetch data runs on the rendering of this component. Let's use the products loading an error in the return part. Get rid of content inside layout and use this conditional rendering. If I'm loading data, show a circular progress from material UI, this one. Otherwise, if there is an error, show an alert, set variant to danger, and inside that, show the error message. If there is no error and I'm not loading data, then it's time to show list of products. Create a grid. Grid is a component from @material UI. Press tab to import it. The type of this grid is container and use spacing to 3 to create 3 rem between each child or item grid. And inside that, use products.map function to convert each product to this grid. Use grid, but the type of it is item. For middle screen, set it to 4, so it occupies 4 of 12 share of a screen, and we have 3 products in a row, and set the key to the product.slug because it's unique. Close the grid, and inside the grid, I'm going to just render the product name. Set typography product.name inside curly bracket. Save the file to format your code, and here is the return part of index.js. Import alert. It's coming from @MUI/material. Press tab to import it and scroll up. Get rid of head here, and here is the import section for the home component. Fix the typo in the container. It's container. Save it, and let's check the result. Awesome. Here we have the name of products in 3 columns way. If I open the inspect, go to the network and refresh, filter fetch XHR, as you see, we have this API at this address. It's the ID of project in the sanity.io, and here is the query. What is the result? Here is the result. In the result part, I have 4 products, and they are coming from here. Let's create a component to render product items and show image, price, and other data of product in the home screen. Go to the components folder and right-click, new file, set the file name to product item.js. Type RFC to create this code snippet. Press tab to create a functional component named product item. Product item accept this parameter product. Get rid of div here and change it to CRUD. CRUD is a component from material UI. Press Ctrl space and press tab to import it from the @MUI/material. Inside that, define next link. Next link is coming from next/link. Let's import it. Import from next/link. Set href to this address inside backtick retrar. Enter product/slug of the product. Use $, curly bracket, product.slug. But a slug is an object to get the real slug type current, and use pass href to pass the href, it's href, to the children of next link. Inside the CRUD, we need to create CRUD action area component imported from the MUI, and inside CRUD action area, define CRUD media to show an image. Set the component type to img, so it's gonna be rendered as an image. And the image address is URL for thumbnail. It's a function that I'm going to implement. And the parameter to this function is product.image. So product.image is not a URL, it's an object. And by using URL for thumbnail function, I fetch the URL from the product.image object and set the title of this image to product.name. Close it and save it. Then go for defining URL for thumbnail. Go to the utils folder, right click, new folder, and set it to image.js and define function URL for thumbnail. It accepts the source of image, and what it does is to return image URL builder. It's a function from sanity/image URL. We need to import it. The parameter to this function is the client. Press tab to import the sanity client, and it returns an object. We access to the image function of this object, pass the source of image, and set the width to 300 pixel and grab the URL from it. At the end, export URL for thumbnail. Because I'm going to add another function to the image file, I don't make it export default. Save it, open your terminal, and this time I'm going to install image-url @sanity/image-url. After importing, press Ctrl space on image URL builder and import it from this address. Get rid of this part. That's enough. @sanity/image-url. Save the file, go to the product item, press Ctrl space, press tab to import URL for image from the utils folder. After the card media, it's time to define the card content. It's another component from @MUI. Inside that, define a typography to render product.name. Then show the rating in another typography, show product.rating, and inside parentheses, product.num reviews, and type reviews. Save it. Here is the code for the content. After the next link, define card actions. Press tab to import card actions from the @MUI/material. In the card actions, we are going to show product price first, typography, $, because it's product price, product.price. After it, create a button, import it from @material, set size of it to small, color to primary color, and we will implement onClick later. The title of button is Add to Cart. Save it and go to index.js, and instead of rendering typography product.name, type product item, press tab and pass product equal to the product from this parameter. Close it and save it. Go to images.js and get rid of curly bracket for import, because we are going to get the default export of this package here, and save it. Let's check the result. Awesome. Here we listed our products in the home screen. Let's review what we did in this lesson. We installed 2 new packages to connect to the Sanity from Next application. We created a component named product item to render product thumbnail in the screen. In the index.js, we fetch products from the Sanity content platform. Also, we created client.js to make it easy to connect to Sanity server. We defined config.js to access to the config from single source file, and also we defined a utility file to get the image URL from Sanity image. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we're gonna implement product details screen. When you select a product, in the details screen, we're gonna show product image, product information, and the action part to add product to the cart. Also, we're gonna use the rating component from Material UI in the home screen and in the product details screen. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository at this link. In the comments section, find video 8, create product details screen, and compare your code in this lesson with mine. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create product details screen. Let's start by adding Slug.js in the product folder inside Pages. Go to the Pages, right click and create product folder, and inside product folder, right click new file and set it to square bracket slug closing square bracket .js. By having a square bracket, the Next.js take the value in the URL after /product and pass it as a parameter to the slug.js. To get this value, we need to use this function, export function get server side props. The parameter to this function is context, and here we need to return an object that contains props. Inside the props, set slug to this value, context, in the parameter of this function, dot params dot slug. Save the file, and there we are. By defining a React component above this function, the slug in the URL will be passed to that component as props.slug. Let's define it. Export. This one is default. Function, it's product screen. Product screen. The parameter is props. And what we're gonna do is to get slug from props. It's coming from this return. Then define the state, const state, and set a state from use state hook. Press tab to import it and set default value for the state. The product is null. It contains the product information from the Sanity. By default, it's null. Loading is true and error is empty string. Save it and extract product, loading, and error from state. The next step is defining use effect. Type use effect, find this font, press tab to import it from React, and define function and empty array. It's the signature of use effect function. Like what we did in index.js, we need to define a function to fetch data from Sanity. So define fetch data as an async function, and inside that define a try catch body, catch error. In the try part, define product equal to await and use client. Go to the client.js, and here to have this suggestion, I'm going to define const client equal to this, and then copy this and return it. Then rename client to Sanity client, copy this, paste it here. That's it. By this change, in other files, we can access to auto recommendation for the client like this. Press tab to import it automatically and call fetch function on this object. Use backtick literal and let's enter the query. I'm going to access to the document of type product and apply this filter slug.current, I mean the slug text, should be equal to $slug. What is $slug? Put a comma here and inside the parameter, pass the slug from the props. So it's the value right after the slash product in the URL. It returns an array, but here I just want the first item because I'm going to get the product, not an array that contains the product. After getting the product, put a semicolon and use setState to update the product and loading. Use ... state to keep the previous state, update the product in the state based on the product from Sanity, and set loading to false. Save the file to format your code and move setState, slug, and state to the dependency array and call the function fetchData after defining. In the catch part, set state to the previous state, set error to error.message, and loading to false. Save it. Awesome. We implemented the use effect. So on loading this component, we fetch the product from backend and we are ready to implement the return part. What I'm gonna return is a layout like all screens. Type layout to get this recommendation, and by pressing tab, you will have import automatically here from components folder. Then set the title to product ? .title. It means that if product is null, don't raise an error and just return null to the title. Inside the layout, check loading. If I'm loading data, show a circular progress bar, this one, from Material UI. Otherwise, if there is an error, then use alert, set variant to error, and display error message. Otherwise, we need to render the real data. Create a box. It's like a div in MUI. Inside that, create another box and create a link, next link. Inside the next link, create a link from Material UI, and inside the link, create a typography with this title, back to result. Save it and import box from @MUI/material, a link from the same package, but for next link, you need to do it manually. Import next link from next/link. Scroll down. For the box here, set the class using SX to classes.section and go to the classes inside utils folder, and right before main, define a class for section. Set margin top to 1 rem and margin bottom to 1 rem too. Go back to slug and import classes from util/classes. Press tab. After the box, it's time to render product information. Create a grid as a container, and set spacing between child grid to 1 rem. Press Ctrl space and grid to import it from @MUI/material, and inside that create another grid of type item MD26. For middle screen, occupy the half of a screen, but for extra small screen, make it full width. In this item grid, I'm going to show an image using image tag from next/image. Set attribute source to URL4. We implement this function later, and pass product.image. Alternative text to product.name. make the layout responsive, set width to 640 and height to same value, and close it. Save the file to format your image. Let's go and implement URL for. Go to the image.js in utils folder and duplicate URL for thumbnail. Get rid of thumbnail, increase the width 580. We need to export it, and in the slug.js press Ctrl space to get this recommendation URL for from //utils/image. Click on it to import it like this. Let's fix a typo in the use state. So change the curly bracket to a square bracket here and save the file. Let's check the result. Go to the home page and select a product. We are getting this error. It says that the props href expect a string but got undefined. Go to the return part and find the next link and set href to the home screen and set attribute pass href. By having this link will have the same href as the next link. Save it and refresh. This time we are getting another error. It says that invalid src props. We need to add this host name to the next.config.js. Go to the Explorer, find next.config.js, and set images attribute to this object. Inside this object, set domains equal to cdn.sanity.io and save your file. Go to the terminal, find the Next.js application, stop it and run it. When you have a change in your Next.js, you need to restart your application. This time we have the image and back to result. Let's click on back to result and select another image. Great. The URL is /product/feet_pants, and here we have feet pants. Let's add the product information in the right side. Go to slug.js. After the first item grid, create another grid. For middle screen, make it 3, and for extra small screen, make it 12. Full screen. Inside that, create a list. List is coming from @MUI/material. And inside that, create a list item. It's coming from the same package. Enter a text. Its typography, it should be big. So the component is h1 and variant is h1. Set product.name here. Go for the next list item. It's category. Category is product.category. Next item in the list is the brand of product. Brand equal to product.brand. Next one is the rating of product. I'm using rating component from @MUI/material and set the value of rating to product.rating and make it read only. We're not gonna get rating from product. We just want to show it. Copy this and go to product item for the home page. Instead of rating like a typography, get rid of it and make it like this. Control space on rating and press tab to import rating component from @MUI/material. Save the file, go back to slug.js, and after the rating, create a typography. Inside parentheses, show product.numReviews. The last list item here is a typography to show description equal to product.description. Check the result. Awesome. Fix the typo in the read only here and also in the product item here. Here is the result. If we go back to the home page, instead of text, we have rating stars. And if I click on image, we have this. To show 10 reviews in one line, we can go to the classes and create small text class and set font size to 50 pixel. Wrap it inside double quotes, and that's it. Go to the slug, and for the typography, set SX to classes.smalltext. Much better. Let's go for the last column. It's the action column. Right after this grid, create another grid like that. It's item, middle screen 3, extra small 12, card, and inside card, create a list. Inside that, create list item. And inside list item, create another grid. We are going to show stuff next to each other, and the best way to do that in Material UI is using grid, container, and grid item. Set extra small to 6 to make equal between 2 item. Inside that, set typography to price, duplicate this, and the second one is $product.price. Save the file and control space on card and import it from material. Duplicate this list item for status. The status is coming from product.contentStock. Get rid of $, and if count in stock is greater than 0, what I need to show to user, it's in stock. Otherwise, show unavailable. Save it. Awesome. The last list item is for button. Create a button. Title is add to cart. Set variant to contained, and we will implement onClick later. Import button from button. To make the button full screen, set the property to full width. Save it, and let's check the result. Awesome. We have the third column. It's the price, the status, and add to cart. Great. We successfully implemented product details screen. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create React context. By using context, we can define a switch button in the header menu to change the UI mode from dark to light and light to dark. Also, we will use it to save the shopping cart and user login info in next lessons. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section, find video 9, create React context, and compare your code with mine. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to create dark and light mode. The purpose of this lesson is to create React context to handle dark and light mode and shopping cart and user login in the next application. To do that, we need to create store.js. Go to the utils folder, right-click, new file, store.js. First of all, import cookies from js-cookie. We use js.cookie package to save the selected option of the user. Open your terminal and in the Sanity Amazona, install js-cookie. The next import is for create context and use reducer. We need both of them to create store. Type export const store and it's equal to create context. So what we did in this line is to create a store from create context function from React, and we can use it in other files. Then define initial state. Initial state is an object. The first property for this object is dark mode. we try to read the dark mode from cookies dot get dark mode. It's dark. If it's equal to on, dark mode should be true. Otherwise, dark mode is false. Save it and go for defining the reducer function. Define reducer that accepts state and action as a parameter, action, and use switch case on action dot type. Case dark mode on, then return previous state but update dark mode to true. Save, duplicate it for dark mode off. Dark mode is false. For the default case, return current state. That's it about the reducer function, and it's time to go for store provider. Export function store provider. It's a higher order component that accepts probs. Inside that, we define use reducer using this code, state and dispatch. Use reducer function accept two parameters, the reducer and the initial state. Then define value as an object that makes state and dispatch together in an object. At the end, we need to return store. Store is coming from create context here. Dot provider, and set the property value to the value from this line. Then inside store.provider, render props.children. So I can use store provider as a HOC, higher order component, to wrap application inside it. So inside the application, I can have access to the state and dispatch of the React context. Save the file and go to the app.js. Wrap the component here inside store provider. Cut the closing one, move it after component, save it, control space, and import it from this address. Save. By adding this code, there is no change in the project. We are going to add a button to change the dark mode of the UI. Go to layout.js, and inside the layout component, define state and dispatch from use context. Press tab to import use context from React. Use context accept store as a parameter. We already created a store inside the utils/store. So we need to import store too. At this point, I have a state, so I can extract dark mode from the state. Good. Let's use it. Inside the create theme, find the palette here, and instead of making dark, check dark mode in the context. If it's true, make it dark. Otherwise, keep it light. Save the code. Let's add a switch button in the header menu. Scroll down. In the toolbar, create a box, set display to flex, and set align items to center to make stuff vertically center. Then move the next link inside it and save the code. After that, create another box, define a switch. It's coming from material, press tab to import it. Set the property checked to dark mode, and for unchange, define dark mode change handler function. Close it and save the file. Let's go and implement dark mode change handler. Find the return and right before it, define this function. Dispatch this action from the context. The type is based on the dark mode. If it's true, dispatch dark mode off. Otherwise, dark mode on. Then get the new dark mode, it's dark, equal to the not of current dark mode. Then call cookies imported from JS cookie, set dark mode equal to, if new dark mode is true, make it on, otherwise make it off. Save it. Let's check the result. In the header menu, in the header, we have this beautiful switch button. And if we click on it, the UI mode will change. Great, we successfully created a React context. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In package.json, we install js-cookies to keep the selected item of user in the web application. In layout.js, we used switch button, and also we used the React context to save and retrieve UI mode of the application. In app.js, we used store provider as a wrapper for all components to access to the React context and change it. And also we created store.js, create React context, and make it accessible throughout all React components. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement Add to Cart in the product details screen. When you click Add to Cart, we will add the product to the cart and you will see this message. The product added to the cart. We use React context to save the cart item. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section, find video 10, implement Add to Cart and compare your code with mine. Let's implement this feature. Here is the plan to implement Add to Cart. Go to the slug.js and find Add to Cart button. Set onClick event to this function, Add to Cart handler. Then scroll up to find the return, and right before the return, define Add to Cart handler equal to an async function. Before implementing Add to Cart handler, we need to create cart items in the React context. Let's go to the store.js and in the initial state, define cart, and inside cart, define cart items. We check the cookies for the cart items. If it does exist, use json.parse to convert this text to a JavaScript object. Otherwise, the default value for cart items is empty array. There is no item in the cart. Save it and go back to Slug. To add current product to the cart, I'm going to define exist item variable and search in the React context for cart, get cart items from it, and find x goes to x dot underline id equal to product dot underline id. Let's extract cart from the React context. Scroll up at the beginning of this component. Before use state, define state from state extract cart and get dispatch from the context using use context. We need to pass store from utils/store to context. Save it. And here we have cart in the Add to Cart handler. After checking for exist item, define quantity. It's quantity. If exist item has value, then set the quantity to the exist item dot quantity plus 1. So if user selected 2 instances of a product and click Add to Cart handler, then we make it 3. Otherwise, it's the very first instance of this product, so we set the quantity to 1. Then send an AJAX request, get data using Axios library, and call get on this address /API/products/product._id. We need to implement this API. Go to the APIs folder, right click new folder, set the folder name to products, and inside that, create a new file, set file name to square bracket id.js. To implement Backend API in Next.js, we are going to use a package named Next.Connect. So import nc from Next.Connect and open terminal, import Next-Connect. Also, we need to install Axios library too to send AJAX requests from frontend. Install both of them, then import client from Sanity. It's gonna be //utils/client, and it's client. After installing packages, let's define handler from nc Next.Connect function, and for the handler, define get method. It's like Express.js. Define the responder to this API, rec and res, and in this function, get product from Sanity client. Call fetch function on it, and the query is return document of type product and filter ID by the ID in the parameter and return only the first item. The ID parameter is coming from the URL rec.query.id. It's the ID that user entered after /product in the URL. Save the file to format your code and use res.send to return the product from backend. Great, we implemented the API for this address, and let's go for the next step. If data dot, here data is the product, content stock less than quantity, what do we need to show? Show this message. I'm using notice stack to show messages to the user, so use enq snack bar and the message, sorry, product is out of stock, and set the variant to error. Where does enq snack bar come from? It's coming from use snack bar. Scroll up and right before use state, define enq snack bar and set it to use snack bar. Use snack bar is coming from notice stack. So scroll up and import use snack bar from notice stack. We need to install notice stack. Open your terminal in the Sanity Amazon folder, npm install notice stack. Great. The last step to use notice stack is in the underlying app.js. We need to wrap a store provider inside a snack bar provider. Cut the closing one, move it after store provider, and press Ctrl space on it to import it from notice stack. We need to set anchor origin attribute for it equal to this object, vertical top and horizontal center. Save it. Go to slug.js and save it here too. In the add to cart handler, the next step is gonna be return. So if the quantity is not enough, return. Otherwise, dispatch this action. The action type is cart add item. After type, set payload. And the payload is product information plus the quantity. The first property for cart item is key, and I set it to product.underline-id. Next one is the product name and duplicate it for content stock, slug, and price, and image. Content stock, slug, but here slug is current. Return the slug text, not the slug object. Price and image. For the product image, because it's an object, we need to grab the URL. So URL for thumbnail. And the last field is quantity. Awesome. Here is the code to dispatch cart add item action with this payload on the store. So we need to go to the reducer and define case for cart add item. After this case, define a case cart add item. Here we are going to add this product to the cart item. Define new item equal to action.payload and check exist item. Use state.cart.cartItems.find function to see if we have this item in the cart or not using item.underline key. Check it with new item.underline key. Save your file, and here it's time to check it. Define the cart items based on the exist item. If we have this item in the cart, then set the new cart item to state.cart.cartItem. Use map function inside the map for each item. Check item.underline key. If it's equal to exist item.key, then use new item, otherwise use item. What's the meaning of this? The new item contains the new quantity. So if I already have this item, I update the quantity, otherwise keep the item as it is. Otherwise, just add this item to the end of the cart using this code. Cart items and put the new item at the end of it. Move the parentheses before this and save the file to format your code. At the end, use cookies.set cart items equal to JSON.stringify. We need to convert the cart items to text, because in the cookies we can save text, not JavaScript object. And what do we need to return is keep previous state, and in the cart just update cart items. So keep state.cart as it is, but update cart items based on this variable. Make it triple dots and save it. Great, we implemented cart add item case. In the reducer, go back to Slack.js and show this message. After dispatch, make it backtick literal product.name added to the cart, and variant is success. Also, make sure that Axios is imported. Press Ctrl space on Axios, press tab to import Axios from Axios. Save the file and go to the id.js, and at the end we need to export default handler and make it send not send date. Save it and go back to Slack.js to fix a warning in the return part of Slack.js. Find the grid, not image, not product info, but this one, and add item attribute to the grid and save it. Then check the result. Here, as you see, there is no error, and click add to cart. Awesome. Free shirt added to the cart. That's it about the implementation of add to cart in the product details screen. For next lesson, we implement it in the home screen for this button, and also we show items in the cart in the header bar. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create shopping cart screen. When you select a product, add it to cart, we redirect the user to the shopping cart screen, and here customer can change the items for each product in the cart and delete item from the cart. To get the source code of this lesson, Go to the repository at this link. In the commit section, find video 11 and compare your code with mine in this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create cart screen. Let us start by going to the Pages folder, click on Explorer, find Pages, and right-click, New File, cart.js. Define function cart screen here, and from context, get cart items because we're gonna show cart items here. You can find this code from the slug. Open slug.js inside product folder in previous lesson and get use context from it, paste it here, and from cart we're gonna get cart items. Then go for the return part, create a layout, press tab to import the layout from components folder, set the title of this page to shopping cart. In the layout, create a typography, press tab to import it, render the component as heading 1 and variant to heading 1, and set the title to shopping cart. Save your code and check cart items dot length. If it's equal to 0, what do we need to show? Create a box. Inside typography, the title is cart is empty. Put in a space and create a next link. Inside next link, create a link, and the title of link is Go Shopping. What would be the href of it? It's the home page, and pass href to use the href by the link from material UI. So here is gonna be, otherwise we need to render a grid, render a container grid. Save the file, and here is the code. Let's import box from material, link from material, and next link like before we need to import next link from next/link. Awesome. Go back and import grid. Inside this grid, we are going to create two columns. The first one is for shopping cart items, and second one is for action to show summary of the shopping cart and a button for checkout. Let us start by the first column. Create a grid of type item, set MD to 9. So 2 of 3 share will be associated to this, and extra small full width. Inside that, create a table container from material, table from material, table head from material 2, and table row from material. Create a table cell from material, and the first cell is image. Save the file and duplicate it for name, quantity, price, and action. Name, quantity, price, action. For quantity, price, and action, make them right aligned like this, and go for the table body. Table body. Press tab to import it from material, and inside that render cart items. Using cart items.map, map each item to a table row. Table row. We need to set the key to prevent error to item.key. Inside that, create a table cell. The first table cell is for image, but the image should be linkable. So I'm using next link, set href to /product/item.slug and pass href. Inside that, create a link from material UI, and inside that, import image from next/image. For the image, we need to set the source to item.image, save the file, Next property for image is alternative text to item.name. Set width to small image like 50 pixel and height to same as width. Save your file and go for the next cell. After this, create another table cell. It's linkable too, so I just copy next link from here, get rid of image, and inside typography, capital T, enter item.name is its product name. Go for next table cell. It's a select box. Select component from material. Set value to item.quantity and unchange to this function. Event goes to update cart handler and pass the item and the selected value in the select box from e.target.value. Close the select box, save it, and inside the select box, we need to render numbers from 1 to content stock using this code. ... array. The value for the array is content stock, and use keys to grab the keys of the array. This code creates an array with content stock items, and .keys returns 0, 1, 2 until content stock -1. Then we need to map these numbers to menu item. It's coming from material. For each menu item, set key to x+1. Because index starts with 0, we need to plus it with 1 to make it 1. It should start from 1. Set value to x+1, and x+1 should be rendered. Save it. And here is the code for select box. We need to implement update cart handler later. Let's go for the next cell, table cell. It's item price. Inside typography, render $item.price. The next cell is for action. Create a button, variant to contained, and color to secondary color. And for unclick, the function is gonna be remove item handler, pass the item. Close the button and save it. Import button from material and go for the next grid item. Grid of type item, middle screen should be 3, and for extra small screen should be full width. It's grid. Inside the grid, create a card, then create a list, then create a list item. All of them should be imported from material, like this. Inside the list item, create a typography, set variant to h2, and its subtotal. Subtotal shows the number of items in the cart. We use cart items dot reduce function, and for accumulator and current item, what I want to return is accumulator plus current item dot quantity, and the default value for accumulator is 0. Then create space items. Save the file and create a space colon $. Here it's time to show the subtotal. Copy this here, but this time multiply quantity by item price. Save it. Let's go for the last list item. Here render a button, check out, make it full width, color to primary, and variant to contained. Save your file and we will implement onClick on next sessions. Great. Let's go and implement update cart handler and remove cart handler. Right before return, define update cart handler. It's an async function that accepts item quantity. Another function is remove item. It accepts item, and here we need to implement remove. Save your file, and at the end, export default. But instead of rendering cart screen, I'm going to use dynamic function from Next.JS because it's a client-side page. I'm not gonna render it in the server side. That's why I'm using dynamic. As a parameter for dynamic, we need to send a function, and this function should resolve a promise. So I enter promise.resolve. As a parameter of resolve, pass cart screen functional component that we created. And for the second parameter of dynamic, set server-side rendering to false. Save it and make sure that you imported dynamic from Next/dynamic. Here is the imported part of cart screen. It's time to display the cart screen. Go to the slug.js and right after add to cart, right here, we need to redirect user to the cart screen. Use router.push to cart screen. Where does router come from? It comes from use router. Scroll up, right after defining component, define router from use router. Import it from Next/router and put parentheses after it. So here router variable is an object that has push function to redirect to another screen. In the cart screen, find use context, control space, press tab to import it, and also do the same for store. Press tab to import it from utils/store. Save it and check the results. Awesome. Here we have shopping cart. Let's set quantity, price, and action right aligned. In the cart screen, for quantity, set align to right here, here, and here. And for the button, for delete, use a small x. Save it. Aha, much better. Great, we successfully implemented shopping cart. Let's create a space between two columns. Scroll up, find the grid, and set spacing to 1. Save it. Aha, much better. If I change the quantity, it does not work, as you see, and the delete does not work too. Let's fix them. In the cart screen, find the remove item and dispatch cart remove item like this. Dispatch type cart remove item and payload is the item. Save it. Then go to store.js to implement cart remove item action case cart remove item. What I'm gonna do here is to call filter function on cart items inside state.cart and remove the item that its key is equal to the key in the payload. Here is the new cart item, and like what I did here, copy this, paste it here, update the cart item in the cookie and store with the new cart item, updated cart item. Save it. Let's check the result. Click on delete. Awesome. It gets deleted. Let's implement update cart handler. It's the last function in this lesson. Use the code inside slug.js for add to cart handler. Copy this code from this line to this line. Go to cart and paste it right here. Instead of product.id, make it item.id, and instead of product ID item here, only item.slug and item.image, and make it updated in the cart. Let's check the result. Make it 2. It says Axios is not defined. Press Ctrl space on Axios to import Axios, and make this one item 2, and import enqueue snack bar like what we have here. Copy this from slug, go to cart, and after use context, define enqueue snack bar and import use a snack bar from the notice stack. Then go back to this code and make product item to item.name, and make underline ID to underline key. Save the file, and let's check the result. Select the product, add to cart, make it 6. Awesome, it works. Let's go to the home page, select another product, add it to cart. Great, we have 6 instances of free shirt and 1 instance of golf pants. Like make it 4. And as you see, the items, the subtotal and items work. We successfully implemented shopping cart screen. In the next lesson, we show the items in the shopping cart in the header menu, and also we implement the shopping cart add to cart functionality in the home screen. Let's review what we did in this lesson. We created cart screen to show cart items and remove and update items in the cart. In the slug, we used use reducer to redirect user to the cart screen after add to cart. And also we implemented remove cart item in the store.js. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement cart link in the header menu. Also, we're gonna implement add to cart functionality in the home screen. When you click add to cart in the home screen, it works and it redirects the user to the shopping cart, and it shows a badge in the header menu. To get the source code of this lesson, in the repository, find commit section and check your code with the commit video 12. Let's implement this feature. Here is the plan to create header menu. Let's go to layout.js, press Ctrl P and type lay to find layout.js. At the beginning of this component, I'm going to get cart from state of context store. Then go to the switch button right here, and after the switch button, create a link using next link and a link inside it. For next link, set href to cart and pass href to the child component, the link. Inside the link, create a typography, and in the typography, check cart items dot length. If it's greater than 0, we need to show a badge. So inside parentheses, create a badge. It's a component from material. Press tab to import it. Set color of badge to secondary and badge content to the length of cart items, cart.cartitems.length. Then close the badge. Otherwise, if cart is empty, we just need to show the cart text. Also in the badge, enter cart. Save it and set the component of typography to span, because it's not gonna be a div and create a block level content. It should be an inline content like a span. Save your code. Here we have cart. Let's add another product. This one, add to cart. Great. The badge is 2. So it shows number of items in the cart. The next step is implementing add to cart in the home screen. If I click on add to cart here, it doesn't work. Let's implement this feature. Go to index.js, and also open slug.js. In the slug.js, find add to cart and copy the function from here. Go to index.js and right before return, paste it. As a parameter, pass product to add to cart handler and scroll down to find the product item and pass this props add to cart handler equal to add to cart handler function that we just pasted right here. Then control click on product item to go to the product item and get add to cart handler here. It's super simple. Just set onClick action to this arrow function, add to cart handler, and pass the product to this function. So when you click on add to cart, this function inside the index.js here will run and the product will be passed to this function. Fix the typo and change T to capital T. Find the cart here and get the cart from context. Like what we did in slug.js, find the code for getting cart, go to index.js at the beginning of home component, get it from context. Let's import use context and store from React and from utils/store. Save the file, then import Axios from Axios by pressing Ctrl space on Axios. You can import it. After importing Axios, go to add to cart handler and import URL for thumbnail. Press Ctrl space on it and import it. For enqueue snack bar, like what we did in the slug, we need to get it from use snack bar, copy this line and paste it right after use context and import use snack bar from notice stack. After that, it's time to go for the use router. In the slug.js, copy use router, go to index.js, paste it right here and go and import use router from next/router. Save your code and let's check the result. Click add to cart. Fit pants added to the cart. The cart item is 3 and we have 3 items in the shopping cart. We successfully implemented add to cart in the home screen and also we show items in the header menu and we direct user to the shopping cart. Let's review what we did. In the layout.js, we have used badge and we fetch the cart from the context to show the cart items in the header menu. When user click on the cart, we redirect user to the cart screen, make it a /cart. In the product item, we passed the add to cart handler to the button add to cart inside the product item. And in the index.js, we implemented add to cart handler and we imported all required functions and packages to implement add to cart handler. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create a login screen. What we're gonna do is to add a login link in the header menu, and when user click on it, we create a login form like this. Also, we have an option to register a screen, and when user click on register, we create a new page named register, and user can enter their name, email, and password to create an account. In this lesson, we just create the UI, and in the next lesson, we implement the backend API. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository. In the commit section, find video 13 and compare your code with mine. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create login and register screen. Go to the pages folder, right click, new file, and create login.js. Then type RFC, press tab to create login, change it to login with capital L screen. And inside this component, we're gonna use form from React hook form. React Hook Form is a package to create form in React application and handle validation and submission in the form inputs. So what I'm gonna do is to define handle, submit, control, and form state. From form state get errors. All of them come from use form. Let's import in a new terminal npm install react-hook-form. After installing, import it like this. Import use form and controller from React Hook Form. Then save the file and go to the return section. What we're gonna do in the return section is create layout component, type layout, and set the title to a login. Close it and import layout from components/layout. Good. Inside the layout, create a form and set on submit to handle submit. It's a function from use form and pass another function, set the name to submit handler. We need to define submit handler function above return. It's an async function that accepts email and password. And inside that, we are going to implement authentication. Let's go back to the form and import form from material. Let's create a component for the form. Components folder, right-click, new file, and create form.js. In this component, I'm going to define form equal to use styled. It's coming from material. The HTML element is form, and then call styled function, pass this arrow function. In this arrow function, I'm going to return styles. What is the styles? The width is 100%, max width is 800, and margin is 0 auto, center aligned. Save your code and import styled from @MUI/material/styles. At the end, export default form. Let's go back to login, control space, and import form from /component/form. Save your file and go in the form. We need to show heading of this page, it's login. Inside typography, set component to h1 and variant to h1, and then render login. After login, create a list item, and in the list item, we're gonna render a text box. Because we are using React Hook Form, I need to use controller. For the controller, set name to email. I'm going to get the email of user. Set control attribute to the control from use form, and set default value to empty string, and define rules here. For the rules, I'm going to define this object required true and define a pattern. For the pattern, I'm gonna use a very popular pattern for checking email, and it's this regular expression. So the first part should be characters or numbers, and there should be @ and characters and numbers, dot having only characters from 2 length to 4 length. Save it and define the render attribute. Render attribute of controller is a function that accepts field inside curly bracket, and what it return is a React component. I'm going to render text field component from material UI. Press tab to import it. Set variant to outlined. Make it full width. ID to email label email and set input props. For input props, make the type to email. For error, it's coming from boolean cast of errors dot email. Where does it come from, the error? It's coming from the use form. So if there is an error, we show error in the text box. The next field is for helper text. For helper text, check errors.email. If it does exist, check errors.email. If the error type is pattern error, what I need to show to user, its email is not valid. Otherwise, the error is email is required. If there is no error, empty string. Then close the text field, save the file. Here is the render part. After the helper text, we need to render other attributes in the field, like this. That's it about the first field. Let's duplicate this controller for second one. Create a list item, paste the code from email, and rename it to password. For the rules, get rid of pattern and just make mean length to 6 characters. For the ID, make it password here, 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 and make it P, capital P. If the password type is mean length, the message should be password length is more than 5. Otherwise, password is required. Save the file, and here is the code for the password. Press Ctrl space on the list item to import it from material and do the same for the list and import it. Let's go for the next list item. In this list item, we are going to render a button, and the button text is login. Import button from material, and for the button, set variant to contain, type to submit, full width, and make color primary. Save it. The last list item is for this message. Do not have an account, and create next link. Inside that, create a link, and inside link render register. For the next link, set href to /register and pass href. Save the file, Ctrl space, import link from MUI, and for next link, scroll up and import next link from next/link. Awesome. Let's go to the layout and find the cart. Scroll down to find the cart. After this link, create another next link. href is /login, pass href. Inside that, create a link and make it a login. Save it. Here we have a login. Awesome. Here we have login, and if I click on it, I will be redirected to the login page. Here is the login screen. I can enter email, password, and click on login. If I click on login, validations for the form input work. Let's implement register screen. If I click on register, I get 404 error. What I'm gonna do is to duplicate the login and rename it to register. This time I need to get the user email. Duplicate list item, the first list item for email. Copy the list item and paste it above it. Then rename it to name here. Get rid of pattern. Make the mean length to 2. Make this mean length. And the message is name length is more than 1. Use name here here, and change email here, 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 and here to name. Also, duplicate the password, list item for password, duplicate it, and rename it to confirm password. Here, ID, type password, label is confirm password. Here is confirm password, and for the error, it's confirm password. Great. And at the very beginning of this component, make this register. The title is register. And for the parameter for submit handler, we have name, email, password, and confirm password. They should be inside curly bracket here, and also in the login right here. At the end of register form, make it register. And for the message, at the end of it, ask this question. Already have an account, and redirect user to login. And the form name in the register is register screen. Great, let's check the results. Awesome. We have register. If I click on login, I will be redirected to login screen. And if I click on register, I can go to the register screen. In the next lesson, we implement the functionality of this form. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the package.json, we installed React hook form to have validation in the form inputs. We created a new component named form to create an styled component center aligned with 800 pixel width in the screen. In the layout.js, we added a new link in the header menu for login. We create a login page and register page. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement register API. What we're gonna do is to handle a register form when user enter their name, email, password, and click on register. We create a backend API to register, and we log in the user and show the username in the header menu. We use Sanity authentication token to save user data on the Sanity content platform. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section, find video 14, implement user register API. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to implement user register API. We're gonna start from the Sanity part. Go to the Sanity folder, inside the schema, create a new file named user.js. What we're gonna do here is to create a user model, like what we did for product. Use export default. Name of model is user. Title is user with capital U. Type is document. And here it's time to enter the fields of this model. The first field is the name of user. Title of this field is name with capital N. And the type is a string. Save your code and let's go for other fields. Duplicate name for email, password, and is admin. It's email, password, and is admin. Is admin. The type of is admin is Boolean, not a string. We created the model and we need to use it in the schema right here. Type user, press tab to import user from data/user, save the file. Make sure that you have running Sanity start in the Sanity folder. Then go to localhost colon 3333 and here we have user model. We're not gonna create user model from the Sanity Studio. Instead of it, we're gonna use an API to create a user. Let's go and implement that API. Go to the pages folder, inside product, create a new folder for users, And inside that, create a new file for register. It's the API to register a user or create an account. What we're gonna do here is to import Next Connect from Next-Connect, like what we did for the product. We're gonna use Bcrypt.js to generate encrypted password. Import Bcrypt from Bcrypt.js. Let's open your terminal in a new terminal. While you are in the Sanity Amazona folder, npm I stand for install Bcrypt.js. Make sure that you have it in the package.json Bcrypt.js right here, and go back to continue coding on register screen. Also import Axios. Also we need to use config from /utils/config. Save your code and let's define handler from nc function, and at the end export default handler. We need to implement post API. The HTTP verb here is post because we are going to create a new user, and set this API function, get the project ID from config.project ID, get dataset from it, make this rec and res. And for creating or updating data in the Sanity, we need to use a token with write access. Define token with write access equal to process. It's coming from the .env file, .env.sanity_auth_token. So we need to create .env file. Let's go to the root folder. In the empty space, right click, new file, .env. And inside that, enter sanity_auth_token equal to get the token, go to the sanity.io/manage, find your project, Sanity Amazona, go to API section, click on tokens, add API token, set a name, I'm just setting admin token, and select editor, click save, and copy your token. Don't use this one because I'm gonna delete it after the lesson. Copy and go back to .env file and paste it here. Then go to the register.js and continue coding on register API. The next step is creating a variable named create mutations. That's the way to update data in Sanity. It's an array that accepts list of mutations to update the Sanity database. Let's define create action. So we're gonna create a document in the database. The type of this document is user. Name of it is coming from the body of this API request. The name field. Email is coming from the email of the request body. But for the password, I'm gonna use bcrypt #async function on the rec.body.password. At the end, set is admin to false because by default admin is false. Save your code and go for calling an AJAX request. Send an AJAX request. We use Axios and call post method of Axios, and the URL is https:// the project ID is project ID, then .api.sanity.io, it's version 1 of the API, access to the data, and mutate. The data set that we're gonna mutate is data set, and don't forget to set this query string return IDs equal to true. So when it creates a record, it returns the ID of created record. Save it, and let's set the second parameter of the post of Axios, its options. For the options, we're gonna set headers, and for the headers, set content type to application JSON. And for the token, set authorization equal to bearer token with write access. Save the code, and after calling this API, a new record will be created, and I'm gonna get the ID of this record. It's the user ID. It's coming from data.results, the first item in results array, and get the ID. Then define the user. The user ID is coming from user ID. User name is coming from rec.body.name. Email is coming from the rec.body2, and is admin is false. Save the code. Go for creating a token. Define token equal to sign token, and pass the user as a parameter to sign token. Then we need to just rest.send all fields of user plus the token. We need to implement the sign token. I'm going to define a function in the utils folder. Go to the utils folder, new file, and set file name to auth.js. For creating a token, we're gonna use JWT from JSON web token. So we need to install it. Open your terminal, npm I JSON web token. For JSON web token, we need to define JWT underline secret to something secret, to whatever you like. Then inside the auth.js, let's define sign token function equal to, it accepts user as a parameter, and inside that return a token. To return a token, use jwt.sign function. Pass the data, it's the user information, and pass the process.env.jwt secret, and the second parameter is expired date of the token. Set expires in 30 day. Save the code and export sign token. Awesome. Let's go back to register screen, and there we are. We implemented this API. It's time to go to the register.js inside pages folder. It's the register screen, not the register API. And we're gonna use this API in the submit handler. What I'm gonna do here is to have a condition to confirm password with confirm password. If they are not equal to each other, what do I need to show? Use enqueue snack bar, passwords not match, and set the variant to error. Where does it come from? The enqueue snack bar. It's coming from use snack bar, and use snack bar should be imported from notice stack. Also, we need to return at this point. Otherwise, create a try catch body, because we are sending an AJAX request to backend. For catch part, use enqueue snack bar on the error message and set variant to error. For the return part, we're gonna send an AJAX request to this API. Like always, we use Axios, await Axios, import it, and call post on /API/users/register. Set second parameter to the name, email, and password. Then dispatch this action. Dispatch type of action is user login, and the payload is the data from backend. Also use JS cookies, press tab to import it, to set user info to the string of data. Redirect user, use router.push to the homepage. For the router, we're gonna use this function from use router. Press tab to import it from Next/router here. And for the dispatch, we need to get it from the React context. Like what we did for the previous lessons, to get the React context, use this code, get state and dispatch from use context, import use context from React, and import store from /utils/store. Also, we need to have a check for the user info from state, and inside the use effect, if user info exists, it means that user logged in already, so there is no need to show the register screen, and we redirect user to the home page. To get rid of issue here, just pass router and user info to the dependency array of use effect. Save your code, and here is the submit handler function. Let's go to the store.js, find the initial state, and we need to define user info after the cart user info. Try to read user info from cookie. If it does exist, convert the string cookies.getUserInfo to a JavaScript object, otherwise make it null. Also, go to the reducer right before the default, define a case for user login. What do we need to do here? Return previous state and set user info to the action.payload. Save the code. Then go to the register.js in pages folder and import use effect. Control space, press tab to import it. Also move this line above use effect because we're gonna use it right here. Then go to the register.js inside /API/users and set it to #sync, not async. And for the Axios.post, the second parameter is mutations. Set mutations equal to create mutations. Put comma. After this, scroll down to find the sign token and import sign token from the auth.js. Scroll up, duplicate this, sign token from auth. Scroll down, fix the typo for send, and go to the layout.js as the last part of this lesson, find the login link. And what we're gonna do here is to check user info from React context. If it does exist, show username, otherwise show the login link. Copy the login link, paste it here, also paste it here too, and change it to user info .name and its /profile. Where does it come from? User info. Scroll up and get it from the state of use context. Let's test the result. Click on login, click on register, enter your name, email, password, and click on register. Awesome. Here we have the name in the header menu and user is logged in. That's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did. In the package.json, we installed two packages, bcrypt.js and JSON Web Token, to implement authentication. In the layout.js, we used user info in the state to show username in the header menu. We created a page. We implemented register action in the submit handler in the register screen. Also, we created an API to register user and save user in the database. If we check the sanity in the user content, here we have user name, email, and password, and is admin, the data that we entered from the API. In the schema.js, we added the user model. We created the user model in Sanity. We implemented auth.js to sign the token. for user authentication and the store. And in the store.js, we created a new state named user info, and we updated by using this case in the reducer. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement login API and prevent registering duplicate emails. When you enter incorrect email and password and click on login, you will get the correct message, invalid email or password. Let's enter the correct email and password and click on login. We logged in successfully and we can see the username in the menu here. We are going to implement a menu like this and also implement logout action. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository. In the comment section, find video 15 and compare your code with mine. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to implement user login API. What we're gonna do is to go to the login.js inside pages folder and find the submit handler here. Like what we did in the register.js inside pages folder, we can copy try catch body there and paste it inside submit handler in login.js. The API address is /user/login, not register. We don't need the name here, only email and password. And that's it. It's submit handler for login. Let's go to the APIs folder. In the users, duplicate register.js and rename it to login.js. Here we are going to implement login API. Get rid of this code from project ID until send. And what we're gonna do here is to fetch user based on the email from the database. It's gonna be await client dot fetch, and the query is return document of type user and email equal to email. For the email parameter, set it to rec.body.email. Save the code. Here is the query to get user with this email from the Sanity. Import client from client. We need to check the user if user exists and bcrypt.compare sync. It accepts two values. The first value is unencrypted value, the password that user entered in the text box, and second one is the encrypted value, user.password in the database. If they are equal to each other, compare sync return true, and we can go to this block, get the token from sign token function and pass the user to it. Then res.send. For sign token, set the user information to the ID of user, name of user, email of user, and is admin. Then for the res.send, return the same data and set the token to. Great. For the else part, what do we need to return? Set the status to 401 and the message is invalid email or password. Save your code, and here is the post API for email and password authentication in the login form. Let's go to the layout.js and create a button to log out. To do that, find the user info here, and instead of rendering a simple link, I'm going to render menu inside empty container, create a button, set area controls to simple menu, and area has pop-up to true, and set the class to classes.navbar button. The title of this button is userinfo.name. Import the button from material and go to classes.navbar Next.JS, at the very end, create navbar button, set color to white and text transform to initial. We're not gonna show the username all capital. Save it, go back to layout and save it here. And let's define a menu for this button. Menu should be imported from material and connected to the simple menu here. Set ID to simple menu. When we click on this button, this menu pops up. Set anchor element to the anchor element. We define this later. Set keep mounted attribute to true. For the open status is coming from the anchor element. And for unclose, call login menu close handler and close it and save it. So here is the menu. Let's define anchor element and login menu close handler. Scroll up before the return. Define a state for anchor element and set anchor element and set default value to null. Control space to import use effect. Import use state from React. Then go for implementing login menu close handler. Define the function that accepts two parameters, event and redirect. Call set anchor element to null, and if redirect exists, then redirect user using router.push. For the router, let's define it at the beginning of this component. Const router equal to use router from next/router. Scroll down. Here is the implementation of login menu close handler. We need to implement login click handler too. It's a function like this that accepts event, and we use set anchor elements on the event.current target. So when user click on the user menu, we connect the user menu to the anchor element. Scroll down to find the button here, and for unclick, call login click handler. Save the code and let's go and define menus. The first menu item is profile. Import menu item from material, and for unclick handler, call this function login menu close handler, pass the event, and the redirect is /profile. Save the code and let's define the next one. It's logout. For the logout, set unclick to logout click handler, and the title is logout. Let's implement logout click handler. Scroll up. Before the return, define logout click handler. First of all, close the menu using set anchor to null. Then dispatch this action user logout. Type JS cookies, press tab to import it, and call remove for user and duplicate it for cart items. Save the code, and at the end, redirect user to the home page like this. Let's implement user logout case in the store.js. Go to store.js. Right after login, implement user logout, duplicate this line, and make it null. Let's test it. Click on logout. The user gets logout from the system. Go back to login.pages inside pages folder, and for enqueue snack bar, get it from the register page here. Copy this, paste it above this function, and get use snack bar from notice stack. Then go back to the login.js inside /API/users and make it compare sync. Then move this command inside the else part. Put a square bracket 0. We are going to get the first item from this query. Save the code. After this, go to the login.js, find the dispatch, and we need to import dispatch. Like what we did in the register page, find the code of dispatch here, copy this code, go to login.js. At the beginning of this function, import use context and store, and also copy the use effect, paste it right here, and import use effect from React. And import use router here, and import use router. Save it. After this, find the JS cookies, control space, import JS cookies, and go back to login.js, get rid of extra imports here, and let's check the results. Click on login, enter email and password. In the Sanity Studio, here we have two users with the same email. Let's fix this issue. Go back to register.js inside /API/user, and before creating a user, make a check that this email does not exist. I'm gonna use the code for checking a user. Copy this from login.js and paste it above this function. If user exists, it means that we already have a user with this email, so we shouldn't be able to create another user with this email. So return this message. Email already exists, and make it exist user here and here. Save the code. I'm going to define a function inside utils folder. Go to utils folder, right click, new file, error.js. For the error.js, define this function, getError. It accepts the error, check the error.response and response.data and response.data.message. If it does exist, return it, otherwise return the regular error message. Save it, go to the register, inside pages folder, find the catch part, and instead of error.message, use getError and pass the error. Where does it come from? GetError, it's coming from the error.js. Let's export getError, save it, go back to register.js, control space, and press tab to import getError from /utils/error. And go to the register.js inside API/users and import client from /utils/client. Save the code and let's check the result. Go to the register screen, enter duplicate email and click on register. It says email already exists. Let's change it and click on register, john@gmail.com. Let's log out and try login. Enter john@gmail and the password that you entered in the register screen and click on login. Awesome. This time it works. Also for the login.js inside pages folder, use getError from utils, pass the error message here. So what we did in this lesson is to implement login and logout, and also we fixed the duplicate email in the register API. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In layout.js, we created a menu for user. In login.js, we implemented submit handler for login action. In register.js, we show the correct error message from the backend. In login.js inside /API/users, we implemented an API to authenticate the user. In the register.js, we check the user existence before creating the user. We added a class for navbar button. Also, we created error.js. Also, we created getError utility function to get the real error in the response, and in the store.js, we implemented user logout. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we're gonna get shipping address in the checkout process. When user select a product, add it to cart, and click on checkout, we redirect user to the shipping screen, but before that, user need to be logged in. After login, we redirect user to the shipping screen. User can enter their address, and we save the address in the store of context and also in the local storage. So when user click on continue, it will be redirected to the payment page. But if we check the shipping again, we save the shipping in the form inputs. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section, find video 16, create shipping screen. Let's get to code. Here's the plan to create shipping screen. Go to the pages folder, right click new file and set file name to shipping.js. What we're gonna do here is to create a React functional component, type RFC and press tab. Set the name to shipping screen, and inside the return part, use layout component, set title to shipping address, and inside that, I'm going to use a new component named checkout wizard. Set active step for checkout wizard to 1. What is checkout wizard? We need to create a new component. Inside components, right click, set the name to checkout wizard.js. Type RFC to create component named checkout wizard, and as a props, set active step. By default, it's 0. Inside that, use stepper component, this one, from material, and set active step to the active step from the props, and set alternative label to true. Inside that, we are going to render this array: login, shipping, address, payment, method, and place order. Then map each text to this JSX. Inside parentheses, use step, it's coming from the material, set the key of the step to the step, and inside that, display step label, import it, and the value is step. Save the code and go back to shipping screen, control space, press tab to import it, and import layout 2. Here and here. Save the code and let's continue working on the shipping screen. Here I'm going to create a form on submit equal to handle submit function from use form, and the parameter is submit handler. Inside that, create a typography, set component to h1 and variant to h1. The title of this form is shipping address. Import form from components folder and create a list. List is coming from material. Then go back to the login screen, login.js, find the list item for email. Then go to the register.js in the pages folder and find the list item for name. Copy the list item, paste it in the list in shipping.js. Then import stuff, list item, controller from React hook form, text field from material, and scroll up. Then go to the register.js, find the use form here, go back to shipping.js and paste it above return and import use form from React hook form. Save the code, go back to the controller and change it to full name. Here, make it full name. Here, errors, full name and full name. Save the code and go for the next field. It's the address. Copy the list item, duplicate its address, type address, error address, and for the label, it's address with capital A here and here. The next field is city, duplicate list item for city and rename it to city, type city, and errors is city. Rename the label to capital city here, here, and here. What is the next field? It's postal code. Copy the list item and paste it for postal code. Here, ID, type, errors, and for the label, it's postal code. Here, here, and here. The last one is for the country. Duplicate list item for country. Here, here, errors, and find the label country, paste it for the error messages. The last list item is for continue button. Import button from material, variant to contain, type submit, full width, and color is primary. Great. Scroll up to find the beginning of the component and import set value to. Also, we need to use router from use router, import it from Next.JS and get the user info and shipping address from the context. So we need to import use context from React and store from /utils/store. The next step is defining use effect. After this, define use effect like this, and check the user info. If user info does not exist, redirect user to the login page and set the query string redirect to the /shipping and use return before it because we're not going to continue the code here. Otherwise, set value for the full name from the shipping address.fullname. Do the same for address, city, postal code, and country. Where does shipping address come from? It's coming from the context. So we need to go to the store.js at the beginning of initial state, define shipping address inside the cart. We check the cookies for shipping address. If it does exist, convert it to a JavaScript object. Otherwise, set it as an empty object. Go back to shipping.js and add router set value shipping address and user info to the dependency list of use effect. Save the code and go for defining submit handler. It's a function that accepts all fields in this form: full name, address, city, postal code, and country. And what we're gonna do here is to dispatch save shipping address action, and the payload is the address that user entered in the form inputs. Then save it in the cookie using JS cookies. Press tab to import it. Set shipping address to json.stringify for address. Then close the parentheses, save the file to format your code, and redirect user to the payment screen. Here it's time to go to the cart screen and find the button, the checkout button at the very end. Just set onClick to this function, router.push to the shipping screen, and scroll up. At the beginning of this component in the cart screen, define router from useRouter hook and import useRouter from Next/router. Save the code and let's check the result. Select a product, add to cart, checkout. We are getting this error. Let's import use effect in the shipping screen. Go to the shipping.js and control space, import use effect from React. Then refresh shipping screen and you will be redirected to the login redirect to shipping. What I'm gonna do is to get the redirect inside the login page. Go to the login.js, scroll up, and after defining the router, get redirect from the query string. Then find the router.push and replace a slash with redirect or slash. So if we define redirect, we will be redirected to the redirect variable. Also scroll down to find the register link. Instead of simple register, use this code, register or redirect to redirect or the home page. Then go to the register screen, find the redirect from router.query here and use it right here. That's it. Also scroll down to find the already have an account, and instead of login, use this string redirect. Go to the login.js and instead of router.push to the home page in the use effect, use the code that we already have in the submit handler. Paste it here and move redirect to the dependency array. Do the same for the register screen, find the use effect, move redirect here, and copy this code, paste it right here. Save the code and let's check the result. Click on login, select the product, add to cart, checkout, login. After login, you will be redirected to the shipping screen. Enter your address and click on continue, and you will be redirected to the payment. Go back and refresh the page, and that's it. Because we have the data in the JS cookies, the shipping address keep the data here. As a last part of this lesson, go to store.js, find the reducer part, then add this case, save shipping address. What we do here is to keep the previous state and only update the shipping address based on the action.payload inside cart object. If we click on logout, we need to remove the shipping address too. Go back to layout.js, find the logout, and remove shipping address from the cookie. Then go to the store.js, find the logout for the cart, set cart item to empty array and shipping address to empty string. Save the code, log in, and log out. The cart is empty, and also the shipping address is empty too. Great, that's it about this lesson. We successfully implemented shipping cart screen. Let's review what we did. We created a new component named checkout wizard to show checkout wizard above shipping screen. In layout.js, we removed the shipping address in the JS cookies on logout. In cart screen, we redirect user to the shipping address when click on checkout button. In login.js, we redirect user to the redirect variable in the query string. Do the same we did it in the register page too, and we created shipping screen to get shipping address from user. In the store.js, we implemented state for the shipping address, and in the case of save shipping address action, we update the shipping address in the context based on the data in the action.payload. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement payment method screen. What we're gonna do is to create a payment screen like this. After entering shipping address, we create a screen to get the payment method from user, and when user on click continue, we redirect user to the place order screen. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section find video 17 and compare your code with mine. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create payment screen. Before going for this feature, let's enable ESLint for the project. Open .eslint.json, and for the extend, add two other settings: ESLint recommended and next. Also set the environment to browser, Node, and ES6. The last setting for ESLint is rules, and we're going to get rid of this error: no anonymous default export. Save the code, and we will get better linting for the source code. Let's go for payment screen. Right-click in Pages, New File, set the file name to payment.js. Type RFC, press tab to create payment screen. And what we're gonna do here is to create a form. Let us start by defining a layout. Import layout like this, and inside it, use the checkout wizard from previous step. Import checkout wizard and set active step to 2. The next step is creating a form. Create a form, import the form from components folder, and for the submit handler, just define a simple function like this. Then we will go for submit handler. First of all, show heading font. To set the title of this page, import typography from MUI. After that, create a list item like this. Close the list, save the code, import list and list item from MUI. And inside the list item, define a form control. Set the component to field list and import form control from MUI. Inside the form control, define a radio button. Here is the radio button. Import the radio button from MUI. Set area label to payment method. The name of this field is payment method, and the value is coming from payment method variable. On change, update the payment method by the value that user selected in the radio box. We need to define a state hook for payment method. Let's go for it. At the beginning of payment screen, define payment method and set payment method from user state. The default value is empty. Press tab to import it from React and go for the next step. The first item in the radio group is a form control label imported from MUI. The label is PayPal, value is PayPal, and the control that we are going to render is a radio. What is radio? It's the radio button from MUI. Press tab to import it, save the code, and here is the first radio button. I'm going to define another radio button for Stripe, and the last one is for cash payment. That's it. After creating radio button, it's time to create another list item for a button. The button is continue, type is submit, variant contained, and color is primary. Control space on button to import button from material UI. Create another button in another list item to redirect user to the previous step. It's shipping. For router, we need to get router from use router. So scroll up. At the beginning, get use router from next/router and assign it to router variable. Here we need to have a check from context for shipping address. So get shipping address from the context using use context, import it, import store, and get shipping address. What I'm gonna do with shipping address is to check it in the use effect. So define use effect, import use effect from React, and if shipping address dot address is null, then redirect user to previous step, because user needs to enter shipping address before going for selecting payment method. Otherwise, from cookies, press tab to import cookies here, from JS cookies, get the payment method, and set it for the state hook of payment method. If it doesn't exist, make it empty string. We need to click here, select here, and click on this button, get rid of .address, to get rid of errors for the use state. It's time to implement the set handler called prevent default on event. Then, if payment address does not select, show this error, payment method is required. Like always, we get enqueue snack bar from use snack bar at the beginning of the component, and the use snack bar is coming from notice stack. We don't need close snack bar, and that's it. We show the error message here. Otherwise, we need to update the payment method. I'm dispatching this action, save payment method, by the selected method in the radio button. Then update the cookies and redirect user to the next step, it's place order screen. Save the code and go to the store.js. In the store.js, what we're gonna do is to set payment method based on the value in the cookie for payment method, and if it does not exist, make it empty string. Also, we need to define a case for save payment method, like what we did for save shipping address duplicated. It's save payment method and update payment method based on the action.payload. Also, fix the issue here. We need to wrap this case in curly bracket to fix the issue of ESLint. Save the code, then go to the layout.js. Inside layout, we need to remove selected payment method on user logout. It's method. Let's check the results. Select product, add to cart, checkout, login, enter your address. Here we have payment method screen, select PayPal and click on continue. We will be redirected to place order screen. Let's go back. As you see, the payment method is selected. If I refresh the page, it keeps the selection. Great, we successfully implemented payment method screen. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the layout.js, we remove selected payment method on user logout. We created a new screen named payment screen to get the payment method of user. And in the store.js, we have a case to save the payment method in the React context. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement place order screen and create an order. After adding a product to the cart and going to the checkout wizard, at the very end, we show preview of the order in the place order screen and make it possible for customer to edit shipping address and payment method. After clicking on place order, we create a new order on the Sanity data platform and redirect user to the order details page. We implement this page in the next lesson, but the focus of this lesson is on creating API to create an order and preview of the order. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository and in the commit section, find video 18, create place order screen. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create place order screen. Let's go to the pages folder, right click new file and set file name to place order.js. Type RFC, press tab to create place order screen. And here we are going to preview the order. Like always, create a layout, set the title to place order and import layout from components folder. Then create checkout wizard, import it from components folder and set active step to 3. After that, create heading 1 using typography. Set title to place order. Then create a grid. Set a spacing to 1. Import grid from MUI. And for the first column in the unit, in this grid, set middle screen to 9 of 12. And for extra small screen, make it full width. What we're gonna show in the first column is a card. Set class to classes.section to create margin from top. Import card from MUI and classes from utils folder. Save the code and go for list. Create a list. Inside list, create a list item and set the title to shipping address. It's H2. Import list and list item from MUI. Next list item is for showing shipping address. We're gonna get the shipping address from context. Let's go for it. First of all, get state and dispatch from the context using use context, import it from React and store from utils folder. Then grab user info, cart items, shipping address, and payment method from the state. Save the code, and then there is no error for shipping address. After this list item, create another list item, then create a button, set variant to contained, and color to secondary. Set the title to edit. Import it from material, and when user click on it, we're gonna redirect user using router.push to the shipping page. It's router, get it from use router. This one. Press tab to import use router from Next.JS. Go back here and duplicate the card for payment method. So we only show the payment method and we redirect user to payment. Save the code, duplicate the card for order items. It's order items. And what we're gonna show here is a table. Get rid of payment method, create a table container, table head, table row, and table cell for image, name, quantity, and price. It's very similar to cart screen. Save the code and start importing stuff by pressing Ctrl space on table head, row, and table cell from MUI. So here is gonna be import part of the MUI. Go back to the table and define table body. After table header, define table body. Inside that, use map function on cart item to convert each item in the cart item to a table row. Set the key to item.underline-key, create a cell, and create a link and next link for the image. So it's gonna be like this. Save the code and import table body, next link from MUI, and image from next/image. For next link, we need to scroll up and import it manually. Import next link from next/link. Go back to the table cell and create another table cell. After this one, create another one for the product name in the cart item. The next cell is for quantity, make it right aligned. And the last one is for item price. Put $, before item price. After creating the first column, it's time to go for creating the second column. Let's get rid of this list item here. And after this grid, create another grid. The size of this grid is 3 of 12. And inside that, create a card. And in the card, create list and list item for order summary. After the first list item, which is the title of this cart, the second one is for items price. So create a container grid to put items and the value next to each other and set items price to the variable named items price. Let's add shipping price after this list item, create shipping price, set it to shipping price variable. Then the next one is gonna be total price, and the last item in this list is a button to place the order. Also, if I'm loading data, create a list item for loading using circular progress. Also make it disabled when we are loading data. Let's go and introduce variables for prices and place order button. Scroll up right before the return. Define a function to round to any number. So what it does is to convert a number like this to 2 decimal points like this. Then calculate item price using reduce function on the cart items, and what it does is to sum up accumulator with the current item price multiplied by current quantity. Then calculate shipping price based on this criteria. If item price is greater than 200, make it 0, otherwise make it 15. The next field is tax price, and we set the tax price to 15%. The last one is gonna be the total price. It's very simple, just sum up item price, shipping price, and tax price. After this, define use effect. For the use effect, what I'm gonna do is to import the use effect, and inside that, make a test on the payment method. If it's null, redirect user to payment screen. Also, if cart.length is 0, redirect user to cart screen. Click here, the lamp, and here, then make it cart items, payment method, and router to the dependency list of use effect. Also, we need to get the enqueue snack bar at the very top, get enqueue snack bar, import from notice stack, and define a variable for loading as a state hook. Import it. By default, it's false. Use state comes from React. Let's implement the place order screen. Right before the return function, define place order. It's an async function. And what we're gonna do here is to define a try catch body for the error. We simply set loading to false and enqueue snack bar for the error. Copy enqueue snack bar and replace it with the close snack bar. We don't use close here. Get errors coming from utils and go to the try part. In the try part, set loading to true. It's gonna disable the place order button and send an AJAX request to this address. Here is the AJAX request. Import Axios from Axios and send a post request to this address /API/orders. What is the payload? The payload is order items, but what we do here is to make slug and content stock undefined and only keep other properties of items including price, name, and others. Then pass shipping address, payment method, and the prices as a payload of this API. Also for the header, set authorization to bearer the token because it's an authorized request. What we're gonna do by calling this API is to create an order in the backend and then dispatch cart clear. Because we created the order, there is no need to have those items in the cart, and remove it from the cookies to import JS cookies from JS-cookies. Set loading to false and redirect user to this address /order/data. What is data? Data is the ID of created order in the backend. So after placing order, we redirect user to the order page. We implement this page in next lesson. Save the code and then go to the beginning of this component, get rid of export default, and go at the bottom of this file and use export default dynamic. Get dynamic from next/dynamic and get place order screen. It's the name of the component. What we did here is to render place order screen only in the client side, so it doesn't get rendered in the server side. Save it and go to store.js, find cart remove item, and after that we're gonna implement cart clear. It's very simple. Just keep the previous state in the cart, keep previous values in the cart, and only set items in the cart to an empty array. It's time to, let's check the result. After clicking on payment screen, here we are in the place order screen. We have shipping address, payment method, and order items. I can click on edit to go to the shipping address to edit the shipping address, or I can click on payment to update the payment method. Also in the order summary, we have the items, shipping, and total price. It's time to implement the place order API. Before going for place order API, we need to create a model for place order in the Sanity. Go to the schemas folder in Sanity, duplicate, let's say product, and rename it to order. Get rid of all fields here and rename it to order and capital order. The first field is user. The title is capital U, user, name is user, and the type is reference because it's a reference to the user model. Set options, disable new to true because we're not going to create a new user in the Sanity Studio. The user will be created automatically in the code, not from the Sanity Studio. Then username, it's the username of the customer. Next one is item price, shipping price, tax price, and total price. Let's go for the payment method and shipping address. Shipping address is of type shipping address. We will implement a schema for shipping address after this. And payment result, it's another model that we're gonna implement. So it's a custom schema. So the type of payment result is not primary like numbers and a string. They are custom schema that we need to implement. The next one is order items. It's an array of type order item. So we need to implement order items too in the schemas folder. The other fields are basic data type. Let's define the others here. They are is paid of type Boolean, paid at of type date, is delivered of type Boolean, delivered at date time, and created at date time. Save the code, and here are fields of the order schema. So we need to implement payment method, shipping address, and order item schema in the schemas folder. Let's start by creating order item. Right click on the schema, new file, order item.js. And here is the definition. And here is the code for our order items. And here is the code for order items. The title is order item, name is order item, and the type is object. What are the fields of this object? The first field is name of the order item, quantity, image of type string, not image, and price of type number. Let's go and define shipping address. Right click, new file, shipping address.js. And here is the code for shipping address. It's of type object, and we have full name, address, city, postal code, and country of type string. And the last data type is payment result. Right click on schemas, new file, payment.js, payment result.js, and here is the code of it. What we're gonna save for payment result is the ID, status, and email address of the payer. Good. Let's use all of them in the schema.js. Go to the schema.js, and here type order, press tab to import it, order items, tab import, payment result, tab import, and shipping address, tab import. Save all files and let's implement API for the orders. Go to Pages, API, and here right-click New Folder, Orders. Inside that, right-click New File, Index.js. What we're gonna do here is to create an API. Import NC from Next Connect and get handler from NC, like this. Use handler.use is off. What is off? It's a middleware for authentication. So what I'm gonna do is to go to the utils folder and define a function for authentication. It's very similar to Express middleware, so define it like this. It's a function that accepts request, response, and next. From the request.headers, we get the authorization. If authorization exists, then we need to get the token from the authorization. So we get rid of first 7 characters and get the rest of them. They are token. And use jwt.verify function to verify the token based on the JWT secret in the process.env, and what it returns is error and decode. If there is an error, return this message: token is not valid. Otherwise, the decode contains the user data, so we set it to the rec.user and go for the next handler. At the end, we need to export it right here. Save the code, and for the else part, what I'm gonna do is to return this message: token is not supplied. Save it, go back to index.js in orders and press Ctrl space to import is off from utils folder. After authenticating the request here, it's time to implement the post API like this. It's an async function, and inside that we get the project ID dataset from config file. Ctrl space, get configs from utils folder, and like what we did to create a new user in the register API, we are going to use Axios.post to create a new order. Here is the code for the Axios. Import Axios from Axios, and what we're gonna do here is to create a mutation, and inside the mutation create a new record of type order, and here is the data of the order. Set create date to current date using new date to ISO string. Pass the rec.body, it contains the payment method, shipping address, order items. Set user item to the user in the rec.user. We already filled rec.user in the isAuth middleware. At this point, it's the current user, and set the user object to type reference, and the reference value is rec.user._id. Save the code, and don't forget to pass the header authorization to the token with write access from the .env file. After this, it's time to send this status. The status is 201, creation, send the ID of newly created order to the frontend. At the end, we need to export handler. Here, export default handler. Let's check the result. Select product, add to cart, checkout, continue, PayPal, and place order. Aha, we get redirected to the order screen. It's the created order on the Sanity. Let's check the Sanity Studio at this address. Click on order. Aha, here is the first order that we created. It's the user, username, item price, payment method, shipping address, and order items. The created date is here. Great, we successfully implemented place order screen, and we created order screen, and we create new order in the Sanity. Let's check what we did in this lesson. In place order.js, we created a new page to preview the order. We created an API at this address /API/orders to create a new order when user click on place order. We created a new schema for order, order item, payment result, and shipping address, and we added them to the schemas.js. Also, we created a middleware to authenticate requests based on the barrier token. And in the store.js, we clear the cart after creating an order. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement order screen. What we're gonna do is to show the order details after placing the order and show order information including shipping address, payment method, order items, and order summary to the user. We're gonna implement a backend API to return order information based on their ID. And to get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository. In the comments section, find video 19, create order screen, and compare your code in this lesson with me. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to create order screen. Go to the pages folder, right-click, new folder, order, and inside order, right-click, new file, square bracket, id.js. Type RFC, press tab to create the component, set the component name to order screen, get rid of export the file, and like what we did in the place order.js at the very end, copy this code, paste it here, import dynamic, and make it order screen because we're gonna render this page only in the client side. Save the code and go to the return part. Like always, import layout from components folder, set the title to order and order ID and close it. To get the order ID, we need to define function get server side props. Right before export the file, define export function get server side props to get the ID of order in the URL and pass it as a props to the order screen. So here I can get params, and the params is the value that I passed here. And from params, deconstruct ID, rename it to order ID from params. And go to the layout, create a typography to show order ID as a heading 1, import from MUI. We are going to show loading, error, and order details. It is very similar to the slug.js. In the return part, we are using this structure. So I'm going to copy this part, go to the id.js, paste it here, close the box, parentheses, and curly bracket, save the code. So if I'm loading data, show circular progress bar, import it. If there is an error, show an alert, import from MUI, and otherwise show a box from @MUI/material. What we're gonna do in this box is to show the order details. We will go for it later. Let's define loading and error. Because in this form, I'm going to handle payments instead of using state in slug. I'm going to use reducer hook here. So before order screen, define this function. Reducer function accept state and action and check the action.type. If it's fetch request, keep the previous state, make loading to true, and set error to empty. If it's fetch success, show loading to false and fill the order with the action.payload. Make the error empty too. And if there is an error in fetching order from backend, set error to the error message from backend. Let's use the reducer in the component using use reducer. Go to the order screen, right before return, define use reducer, import it from React, and pass reducer function as a first parameter, and the second parameter is the default or initial state. For initial state, loading is true because at the beginning of loading order screen, I'm going to load order from backend. The order is empty object and error is empty. From the use reducer, deconstruct loading, error, and order, and the dispatch function to update the states using these actions. After this, deconstruct order and get order information, including shipping address, payment method, order items, and payment and deliver information. Great. The next step is here. Instead of box, let's use grid. The grid type is container, and we have one rem space between child grids or items grids. Imported from MUI, and the first column in this grid is for order information. Let's define the first card, and in this card we're gonna show shipping address. To show the shipping address, use this code. Here we created a list item with the title shipping address. The second list item shows shipping address information, and the last one is for the status. If is delivered is true, show the message delivered at this state, otherwise show not delivered. Save the code and import card list, control space, and press list item from MUI/material. Also import classes from utils/classes to create a space between items in the grid. Save the code, and we are ready to go for the payment method. After this card, create a space for the payment method card, and here is the code for payment method. We have classes.section for this card, like shipping address, and in the list, the first list item is heading for payment method, and second one is the payment method selected by user, and the last list item is for the status. If is paid is true, show this message, otherwise show not paid. Save it and go for the last card. Here is the last card. The class is classes.section, create a list. The first list item is order title, text, and second one is for showing list item using table, container, table, table head, and table row. Let's define the table header in this list item here, like this. Import them from MUI, table, table header, row, and cell. Also table body. In the table body, we need to use map function on order items like this. And inside it, use table row to render cells of the items. Table row, close the opening parentheses. First table cell is for the image, so it's gonna be the image. Import link from MUI and image from next/image, and next link should be imported from next/link, so it's gonna be import next link from next/link. Save the code and go back to the cell. Second one is the item name. After this cell, create another cell for item name. Next one is quantity of this product in the order, and the last one is the item price. Save the code and go for the second grid. Create another grid and set the middle device to 3 of 12. Create a card here, and inside the card define a list, and the first list item is order summary, like this. Second list item is for items price. The third one is for tax price, fourth one shipping price, and the last one is for total price. Save the code. At the beginning of this component, get rid of box. We don't need to use it anymore. And let's go for the use effect to dispatch actions. Before the return, define use effect like this. Import use effect from React. And inside this function, if user info is not defined, redirect user to the login page. Where does it come from? The user info. It's coming from use context. Import it from React, store from utils folder, and for the router, use router hook from Next. So we need to import use router from next/router. Then define fetch order function inside the use effect like this. It's an async function, and inside that define a try catch body, get the error, and for the error just dispatch fetch fail. The payload is the get error function. It's coming from utils/error. For the try part, dispatch fetch request to show loading message, then send this AJAX request to this address /API/orders order ID. Import Axios from Axios and pass the authorization bearer token as a header of this request to authenticate this request in the backend. After that, dispatch fetch success and set the data from backend as a payload, and this data is gonna be the order information. Great, it's time to fetch the order. Call fetch order, click here and update dependencies to get rid of this issue. Save the code and let's go and implement this API/API/orders order ID. Go to the APIs folder inside pages, find orders, right click new folder, set folder name to ID, and right click new file, set file name to index.js, because we're gonna implement pay.js inside the ID folder. I set it as a folder, not as a file. To create an API, we use Next Connect, define handler from NC function, make the handler authenticated using isOff, using if, using isOff from utils/auth, and define get API as an async function. Inside this API, fetch this query from Sanity client. Import client from utils/client, and the query is all documents of type order, and the ID should be ID in the parameter, and this ID is coming from the URL. At the end, simply use res.send to send the order to the front end. At the end, don't forget to export default handler. Good. Let's check the results. In the homepage, select a product, add to cart, checkout, continue, PayPal, place order. Aha, we get redirected to order/order ID. And what we have here is order information, including shipping address, payment method, order items, and the order summary shows items price, tax price, shipping price, and total price. In the next lesson, we implement the payments using PayPal, and let's review what we did in this lesson. We created two new files, index.js in /API/orders to create backend API to return order information based on their ID. And we created id.js inside order to create a page to show order information. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement PayPal payment for the orders. When you select a product, add it to cart, and make checkout, After placing the order, we are going to redirect user to the order screen and show PayPal button in the order screen. When user click on the PayPal button using PayPal package, we make it possible to pay the order using PayPal like this and redirect user to the order screen and show the updated status of the order. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository, find the comment section, and video 20 shows all the changes that we have made in this course. Here is the plan to implement order payment by PayPal. First of all, we need to generate PayPal client ID. What I'm gonna do is to go to developer.paypal.com and log in to the dashboard. If you don't have an account, you can click on sign up and create a PayPal account first, and then enter your email and password and log in to access to the developer section of PayPal. After login, click on your name, dashboard, and here we have My Apps and Credential section. We have two states, Sandbox and Live. For this application, we are going to use Sandbox account because we are testing the application, but for live website, click on live and create live app. So click on Sandbox and then click on create app. We need to set a name for the app. It's MERN Amazon app. Select default options and click on create. Here we have the client ID. Select it, copy, then go to .env file in the root folder of the project and type PayPal client ID equal to and paste the client key from the PayPal website. Save the code and let's go for the next step. We need to create an API to return the client ID. Go to the API folder in Pages, right-click, New Folder, Keys, and right-click New File, paypal.js. Like always, import NC from NextConnect, create handler from NC, and make this request authenticated. We're gonna just send the client ID only for authenticated user. So we need to import isAuth from utils folder. Then create a handler for get method like this. And inside this handler, what we're gonna send back to frontend is the PayPal client ID. If it does not exist, send SB, it stands for sandbox. At the end, export default handler. Save the code and then go for the id.js inside pages/order. Here is the order details page. Here we call the fetch order without any condition. But now I'm going to have a condition and it's this. If order.id does not exist, then fetch the order. Move it right here. Otherwise, I'm going to define a function to load PayPal script. Define load PayPal script as an async function, and inside that, get the client ID using this AJAX request. It's the address that we implemented here. We have client ID and we pass the token to authenticate this API. And the next step is gonna be PayPal action. Before going for it, I'm going to install React PayPal JS package. Open terminal, click on plus, npm install, @PayPal/react-PayPal-JS. After installing this package, at the very top of id.js, we need to import use PayPal script reducer and PayPal buttons. Great, it's installed. And let's go to the load PayPal script function and right before the use effect here, define use PayPal script reducer, call this hook and get is pending and PayPal dispatch from this hook. its loading PayPal script is pending is true, and when it's done, it's gonna be false. Also, PayPal dispatch is responsible to load this script. Let's go to the load PayPal script, and after getting the client ID, it's time to use PayPal dispatch. The type of action is reset options, and the value is client ID to the client ID from the backend. Set currency to USD2. After this action, call another action from PayPal dispatch. The type of action is set loading status to pending. After defining this function, we need to call it. Save the code, click here, click the lamp, and click on update dependencies to add the PayPal dispatch. Also get rid of ._ID. By having only order, we don't get any error here. Let's go to the app.js and wrap the component inside PayPal script provider and set defer loading to true. Move the component inside it. By having this higher order component, we make sure that all child components have access to the PayPal script. By setting defer loading to true, it's not gonna load by default, and it should be loaded by this function, load PayPal script. Press tab to import it from the PayPal package. Save the code, go back to the id.js. Scroll down to find the total price, the last list item, and then use a conditional rendering like this. If order is not paid, I need to show PayPal button, create a list item. Inside list item, use conditional rendering. If is pending is true, show circular progress. Otherwise, we need to show PayPal button, create a box, make the box full width. Import box from material and define PayPal buttons from the PayPal package. We need to set 3 handler. Create order, it happens before going to the PayPal website to make the payment. On approve, it happens after successful payments. And on error, it happens on error in paying the order. We need to implement all of them. Let's go with the create order. Scroll up, find the return, and right after the return, define create order function. Here is the signature of this function. It accepts 2 parameters, data and actions from PayPal. And what I'm gonna do here is to return action.order object and call create on this object. What I'm gonna pass as a parameter to the create function is the price. So set an object that contains purchase units, and in an array, define an object and set amount to this object. Value is the total price. By setting this option, when you get redirected to the PayPal page to make the payment, the price is gonna be total price. It returns a promise, so I use then after create and return the order ID. Save the code, and here is the create order function. Let's go for the second function. It's onApprove. Define onApprove. Like create order, it accepts 2 parameters, data and actions. This time we need to call capture on the actions.order to finish the payment. Then call then. In the then part, define an async function like this. And inside this async function, define a try catch. In the catch part, we need to dispatch this action, pay fail, and pass the error message, and use enqueue snack bar to show error message to the user. For the enqueue snack bar, scroll up at the very top of order screen, get it from use snack bar and get it from note stack. Save the code and let's go back to the onApprove function. In the try part, dispatch pay request, we're going to show a loading box using this action and call this API. It's a put API at this address /API/orders order ID /pay. We need to implement this API later. What I'm gonna pass is the details of the payment, including email address of payer and the payment ID. Also make this request authenticated and then dispatch pay success after AJAX request. Also, we need to show a successful message, order is paid. Save the code and let's go for the last handler. It's on error. For on error, just show error message like this. Save the code and go to the Explorer, find orders, ID, right click new file and define pay.js. In this API, we want to update the state of the order and make it paid. Like before, import NC from Next.Connect, define NC function and export it. Then the handler authenticated from isAuth and define a put API like this. Inside the put API, get the token from the process.env and send this request to the Sanity. It's an AJAX request. Press tab to import AJAX and the address is coming from config.project.id. Press tab to import config from the config file. And what I'm gonna do here is to have a mutation and the type of mutation is patch. So I'm going to update a record and the record ID is coming from the URL. It's the order ID. What I'm gonna change is paid status to true, paid at to current date, and also update payment result from the request.body. Make the request authenticated and save the code to format your code. At the end, I need to return this message, order paid. Save the code, go to the id.js and implement pay success, pay fail, and pay request. Scroll up to find the reducer. For pay request, set loading pay to true, pay fail, loading pay to false, and success pay to true, and pay fail, loading pay to false, and error pay to the action.payload. Then go to the use reducer and define success pay here. We are going to use the success pay in the if case inside use effect right here. If success pay is true, then we need to fetch the order. I'm going to have another or. If order.id exists and the order.id is not equal to the order ID in the URL, we need to fetch the order again. After fetch the order, make a check. If success pay is true, we need to reset the payment. Let's go and define this action. Scroll up in the reducer. To reset, make loading pay to false, success pay to false, and error pay to empty string. Scroll down, find the use effect, and add success pay to the dependency list of use effect. Let's check the results. Select the product, add to cart, checkout, login, shipping address, payment method. Let's fix the issue in the payment method. Go to the store.js and fix the typo here and save it. Click on PayPal, continue, place order, and we get redirected to the order details. Here we have PayPal button. Let's add a class full width to the classes. At the end, add this class full width to 100%. And then, it is full width, the button. Click on PayPal button and you will be redirected to the PayPal page, but it's sandbox, not the real PayPal. And after entering your test buyer account, email and password, you will be logged in and click on Pay Now. The price is exactly the total price in the order. After that, you get redirected and you see the order is paid successfully. The status is paid and you don't see the PayPal button here. Great, we successfully implemented PayPal payment for the order, and in the next lesson, we show list of orders of the user. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement order history screen. What we're gonna do is to show list of orders of current user. When user click on their name in the header menu and select order history, we redirect user to the order history screen and we show list of all orders. User can select the details of each order and make payment if the order is not paid. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section find video 21 display order history to compare your code with mine. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create order history screen. Go to the pages folder, right click, new file and set file name to order history.js. Let's put a dash between order and history. Like always, create a React functional component, set it to order history screen, and inside that we are going to list orders of current user. To get the orders, define use effect, press tab to import from React, and inside that we're gonna define a function with empty array as a dependency array, then define fetch orders. It's an async function, accept no parameter, and inside that we are going to have a try catch. In the catch part, if there is an error, dispatch this action, fetch fail, and the payload is coming from get error. Press Ctrl space. If you don't get the recommendation for get error, press Ctrl P, type error, open error.js in utils folder, then go back here and press Ctrl space, and now you will have the recommendation for get error from utils/error. Save the code and we need to get the dispatch. To get dispatch, define use reducer like this. Use reducer is coming from React. It accepts reducer function as a first parameter, and second one is initial values. We have loading to true by default, orders to empty array and error to empty string, and deconstruct loading error and orders from this reducer. Also get dispatch to call actions. We need to define the reducer function. It is very simple. Here is the reducer function, accept state and params. And in the switch case, if it's fetch request, show loading to true, error to empty string, fetch success, set loading flag to false, fill the orders with the orders from backend, and make error to empty string. If there is an error, fill the error message in the error variable. Scroll down and go back to the fetch orders function in the try part. Before sending AJAX request, dispatch fetch request to show a loading message, then call this API /API/orders/history. Press Ctrl space on Axios to import Axios from Axios. Then we need to get the user info to make this request authenticated. To get the user info from the context, use context for store, get state from the context, and from state get user info. Import use context from React and store. As you see, store doesn't come from the utils folder, so I need to press Ctrl P, open store.js, then go back here, Ctrl space. This time I have auto recommendation to import store from /utils/store. Scroll down to go to the fetch orders, and after sending AJAX request, dispatch fetch success to fill the orders with the data. Save the code and copy fetch orders, paste it here and call it. Click here, here, and here to add the user info.token to the dependency list, because we are using user info in the code, we need to have it here to get rid of warning. Also, I'm going to have a condition at the very beginning of useEffect. If user info does not exist, redirect user to the login screen. Where does it come from? The router above useEffect, define use router, import it from Next.JS/router and get the router to redirect user to another page. Awesome. We successfully fetched the data, and the data of orders is in the orders variable. Click here, here, and here. Add router, userinfo.token, so we can get rid of this one. That's okay. Let's go for the UI part of this component. So far, we fetched the data and it's time to display the data. Get rid of div. In the parentheses, define layout, control space. If you don't get the recommendation, open layout.js, go back, control space, and this time you can get the auto recommendation for layout from components folder. Go back in the layout, create a typography for showing heading 1 for order history, import it from MUI. Here I'm going to use the loading error and content structure. It is very similar to other pages like index.js. Copy this part, go back to the order history, and here is the structure of showing loading box, error message, and the content for showing data. The data that I'm gonna show here is a table container and a table. If I save the data, I'm getting error for importing circular progress from MUI, alert from MUI, and table container from MUI. Save the code and go for defining the table. Create a table, and inside table, define table header with these columns: ID, date, total, paid, delivered, and action for order. Save the code, control space on elements, and import all of them from MUI. It's time for the table body, define it and import it. Then call map function on the orders, because we are going to render each order as a table row. So define table row here, and for the very first table cell, we have order ID, create date, total price. The next one is for the paid status, and the next one is for details. There is no need to have delivered here. Save the code, and here is the table body. Import button from button, and for next link, we need to scroll up. Import next link from next/link. After this, get rid of export default for this component, and at the very end, use export default dynamic like this. Import dynamic, and what we did is to render this component only in client side. Awesome. We need to implement the API. Go to the Explorer, API orders, right-click new file, history. Like always, get NC from Next Connect, define handler, and export handler. Call handler.use is off. We need to import it from is off. If you can't get the recommendation, Control P, off, open auth.js, go back to history, control space, and press tab to import it. Then define a function after is off to handle this API. What I'm gonna do is to use client.fetch from Sanity to get all orders. User reference is equal to the current user ID. Save the code, import client from utils folder, and use rest.send users to send back the users to the front end. Let's go and create a menu in the layout.js at this point. After profile, duplicate the menu item of profile and rename it to order history, and the URL is gonna be order-history. Save the code and let's check the result. Click on your name, select order history. Awesome. Here I have the orders that I placed in the e-commerce website. If I click on details, I will be redirected to the order details page. And if I click back, I can see a list of orders. For paid order, there is no payments option. Great, we successfully implemented order history screen. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the layout.js, we created order history menu inside the user menu. We created a new screen named order history to show list of order history. And also we created an API to return list of orders of current user. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create profile screen. When user click on their name and click on profile, we're gonna show a screen like this, and user can change their name, email, and password and click on update. After pressing on update, profile updated successfully message happens and the name is gonna be changed. To get the source code of this message, go to the repository. In the comments section, find video 22 update user profile. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create user profile screen. Go to the Explorer and in the pages folder, right click new file and set file name to profile.js. Like always, type RFC, press tab and set the component name to profile screen. What we're gonna do here is to get the user info from the context, show it in the input boxes, and make it possible for user to change the username, email, and password. Let's get state and dispatch from the context, control space to import use context, and control space before open store.js and control space to import store from store.js. Then get user info from the state like this. The next step is gonna be defining use effect. Use effect should be imported from React and it accepts two parameters. The first one is a function, second one is an array. Inside the function, check the user info. If it does not exist, we need to redirect user using router.push to a login screen. Then get router from use router. Define router equal to use router. Imported from next/router. Save the code to format. And here I'm gonna use form hook from React hook form package. Define use form, control space, import it from this package, and get handle submit control from form state, get errors and set values. By having set value, we can use it inside the use effect. So here, if user info exists, then set the name field to the userinfo.name. Set the email to userinfo.email. Click here on the lamp and click here to add all variables that we use in the use effect in the dependency array to get rid of warning and make the use effect a standard. Great. The next step is creating a layout in the return part. Define layout, import it from layout. If you can't import it, automatically open it and then control space to import layout from components/layout. Then create a typography to show heading 1 to profile. Control space, import it from MUI. Save the code and go for the form. What I'm gonna do here is to define a form and set submit handler to handle submit function from use form and pass the submit handler function to this function. So we need to define submit handler like this. Save the code and import form from form.js. If you can't get the recommendation, open form.js in component folder, then go back and control space and press tab to import form from components/form. Next step is in the form. We need to create a list like this, and inside list, create a list item. Import both of them from MUI, save it, and go for defining a controller. Controller is a component from React hook form. Click on it to import it. Set the name of this component to name because it's gonna get the username. Set control to the control, default value to empty, a string, and define rules. For the rules, I'm going to make it required, and the minimum length is 2 characters. Then define the render property. For the render, it should be a function that accepts field as a parameter, and inside that, it returns a text field from MUI. Define text field and import text field from material UI. For the text field, we need to set properties like variant to outlines, make it full width, set ID and label to name, and for input props, set the type to text, and error flag, check errors.name. If it does exist, it's gonna be true, and we show error to true. The helper text. For the helper text, I'm gonna check errors.name. Errors is coming from the form state of use form hook, and if it does exist, check the type of error. If the error.type is min length, I need to show this error message. Otherwise, show name is required, and if there is no error, show empty string. Save the code, and here is the helper text. Also, we need to pass the rest of properties in the field. Save it and go for the second field. It's the email. I'm going to duplicate the list item for name and paste it here for email and rename it to email, email, here, error.email, email, capital email. And for min length, I'm going to get rid of this rule here and use this one. It's a pattern, and check the structure of email. It should start with characters, @, characters, dot, and domain extension. So here, instead of min length, I need to check it with pattern. And the error message is gonna be email is not valid. Let's go for the next list item. Duplicate name field, list item, and paste it after the email list item. And let's change it to password. The name is password, ID password, label password, and the type is password2, the error.password here, and says password is required, and it should be more than 5. The password is not required here because if user didn't enter password, we shouldn't change the password in the backend. So what I'm gonna do here is to create a rule like this object. We have validate as a function that accepts the value, and if value is equal to empty string, or if it's greater than 5, then it shows this message. Save it, and here get rid of this condition and this, and get rid of this. Make it empty string and save the code. Let's duplicate it for the confirm password. Copy this list item and paste it here and rename it to confirm password. Here it's here it's confirm password, here, and confirm password. Save the code and find the email and make sure that the type is. Scroll down after the last list item. I'm going to create another list item for the button. And what is the button? It's update button. So create a button, set variant to contained, type is submit, its full width and color is primary. The caption is update and an import button from material UI. Save it and scroll up, get rid of export default, and at the very end of the screen, use this code. Export default dynamic, import it from Next.JS and make this component as a CSR client-side rendering. Save the code, and we are ready to go for the submit handler function. What I'm gonna do in the submit handler is to get the email, name, password, and confirm password from React hook form. Then have a condition. If password does not equal to confirm password, I need to show an error message to user using enqueue snack bar. Where does it come from? It's coming from use snack bar. Control space, import it from note stack. Then I'm going to get the close snack bar too here, because when user click twice on the submit button, first of all, I need to remove the previous message using close snack bar and then show error message again. After that, call return, because we're not going to continue this form, because we're not going to continue this function, and update user info if they are not equal to each other, the passwords. Then build a try catch body like this. And in the try catch, I'm going to send an AJAX request to this address. Because I'm using await, the function should be async. Save the code, import Axios from Axios, and move it to the try part, not in the catch part. What I'm gonna do in the catch part is just use enqueue snack bar to show the error message. To get error, press Ctrl P, open error.js, go back here and press Ctrl space to get error from utils/error. Save the code and let's go for dispatching user login. Dispatch user login. Dispatch is coming from context. So it's gonna re-login the user with the updated data from backend. Then type JS cookies, press tab to import it from JS-cookies, and call set user info to the JSON.stringify of the data. So I just converted the JS object of user info to a string and save it in the cookies. At the end, use enqueue snack bar to show a successful message like profile updated successfully. Save the code and let's go for implementing the API for at this address /API/users/profile. Click here, API users, right click, new file, profile.js. For this file, go to the pay.js in orders, copy this and paste it right here. What we're gonna do is to change the pay to the profile update. It's put, and here is the address, and in the patch, I'm going to update rec.user._id, and the data that I'm going to update is the name of user, rec.body.name, and rec.body.email. After updating the user information, we need to go to the register.js in the APIs and copy this part, go back to the profile, and instead of returning this data, I'm going to return rec.user._id, rec.body.name, rec.body.email. So I just created a user, and isAdmin is coming from the rec.isAdmin and call sign token from utils. Get rid of move is off here, and for isConfig, make it like this, get rid of this, and it's sign token. Let's check the results. Click on your name, profile, awesome. We created profile screen. Let's make a Joe 1 and click on update. Awesome. Profile updated successfully and you can see the change here. Great. We successfully implemented profile editor screen. What we did is to create a new page named profile to show user profile and an API to update the profile. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create search screen. What we're gonna do is to create hamburger menu in the sidebar. When users select a category, we filter the products based on the selected category. Also, we want to create a search box here. When users search for a keyword and click on search button, we show all products that contains that keyword, and also user can search by price range, rating, and sort by price and customer review. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section find video 23 create search screen. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to create search screen. We're gonna create search.js inside pages folder, right click new file, search.js. Type RFC and press tab to create search screen. And what I'm gonna do here is to define states for category, query, price, rating, and sort. Here is the code to define the states. Import use state from React, and the default value for categories is empty array, products is empty array, error is empty, and loading is true. The filters for this search screen is coming from the URL using router.query. So we need to use router and assign it to the router imported from Next.JS. The query in the router includes the category, selected category by user, enter the search query in the text box, the price range, the rating, the average rating selected by user, and the sort direction. Save the code and go for next step. We're gonna get loading, products, and error from the state. After getting that, define another state for categories. We're gonna get the categories from backend and show it in the front end. Next step is gonna be defining use effect. What we're gonna do in the use effect is to get the categories from backend, import use effect, and define a function to fetch categories. Import Axios from Axios, and the API address is /products/ and the API address is /API/products/categories. We need to implement this API later. After getting data, we need to set it as a categories. If there is an error, I just show an error in the console log. Let's implement the categories. Go to the API, products, right-click new file, and set file name to categories.js. What I'm gonna do here is to use NC to create a handler like this, and in the get method, return this static categories, pants and shirts, and send them back to the front end. Save this code, go back to search.js, and call fetch categories after defining this function. The next step is gonna be defining fetch data. Define fetch data function, and here is the place that we apply the filters on the Sanity backend. Define a try catch body for error. What we're gonna show is to change the state to error.message and set loading to false. In the try part, define a variable named gQuery, and it returns all documents of type product, but I didn't close the opening square bracket because I'm gonna apply filter to it. If category does not equal to all, it means that we need to filter products based on the selected category. What I'm gonna do here is to update the gQuery and concatenate this string with this string. So it's gonna return all products and category match the selected category by user. Let's go for the next one. It's the entered query in the text box, in the search box. So what I do is to do the same thing using the product name match to the entered query by user. The next one is for price. If price exists, if the price range is selected by user, I need to get the minimum and maximum price range and apply this filter to it. For the rating one, I'm going to return all products their rating is greater than the rating that's selected by user. Let's go for the order. By default, the order is empty string. If sort does not equal to default sort, I need to apply the sort. If the sort is lowest, set order to order by price ascending. If the sort is highest, descending. And if the sort is top rated, return order by the rating descending. At the end, I need to concatenate jQuery with the closing square bracket and putting order at the end of it. The next step is set state to loading true, because we're gonna call client.fetch from Sanity import client, open client.js in utils folder, and then control space, import client from utils/client, get the data, and then set products to the products from Sanity and make loading to false. Save the code, click here on the lamp and update. Save, and let's go and implement filter search. We use filter search in the event handler for the input boxes, the filter for filters. Define filter search, and as a parameter for the filter search, define category, sort, minimum, maximum price, search query, price, and rating. Inside that, get the path from the router.path name and get query from the router. If search query in the parameter exists, update the query.searchQuery by this value from the function parameter. Do the same for category, sort, price, and rating, and there is no need to have min and max here. Save the code. At the end, we need to redirect user to the path name, and the query is the calculated query from these lines. Save the code, and for the fetch data, we need to call it after define it. Scroll down after filter search, define category handler. When user select a category, we call filter search and update the category by the selected value. Do the same for sort, price, and rating. Here it's time to implement the UI part. Create a layout and set title to search. We need to import layout, so open layout component and control space, import layout from components folder, and here put parentheses. Let us start by defining a grid. Here is the grid, import grid from material classes, from utils/classes, set it as a container and make a spacing to 2rem. The first item grid or child grid MD is 3. And inside that, define a list. Inside the list, create a list item. And inside the list item, define a box. It's a full width box. Save the code and import them from material like this. For the first filter, the title is category. Create a typography, set it to category, then create a select box. Import select from material, menu item from material, and the items for the categories is coming from category array. Let's go for the prices. Create another list item for prices, and it shows items in the prices array. For the prices, scroll up right before this component, define prices like this. We have 1, 2, 3 items in this array. The name is $1 to $50 and value is 1-50, and for others. Save the code and go back to the render part. The next filter is for rating. So after this list item, create another list item for rating. I'm using rating component from material, and the ratings is an array. Scroll up. After prices, define an array from 1 to 5 like this. Save the code and go back to the render part. After rendering rating, it's time to create a grid for the product list. Inside the grid, set another grid of type container, set align items to center and justify content to space between. Inside that, create a grid item. And what we're gonna do in the grid item is to show the result, the number of product in the list using this code. If product exists and the length is not equal to 0, show the length, otherwise no results. After that, we need to show filters and a button to remove the filter. If query does not equal to all, show the query. If price does not equal to all, show price and other filters. Also, we can redirect the user to the search page, and by redirecting to the search page, all filter will be removed. Here, just we can use X as a button to remove all filters. Then create a grid item after this, and inside that, show sorting. Here is the code for sorting. Sort by inside typography. I'm using classes.sort to create margin right, so we need to go to the classes. At the very end, define sort margin right to 1, then go back to search and create a select box like this. By default, it's the default sort, and we have price sort and customer review sort. After the container grid here, I need to create another grid to show list of products. The spacing is 3, and I'm using loading, error, and the content pattern. Inside that, define a container grid like this, make a spacing to 3, set products.map and map each product to a product item. Let's import product item, open product item here, go back, control space to import it, import alert from MUI, circular progress bar from MUI. Save the code, and we need to implement add to cart handler. It is very similar to index in the pages. Go and copy the add to cart handler from here, go to the search.js, right before the return, paste it, and import cart like what we did here. Import cart like this. Use state is coming from the React and store is coming from the utils/store. For enqueue snack bar, use the code in index.js, paste it here, import it from notice stack. Save the code, thumbnail imported, and that's it. Let's go to the layout.js. What we're gonna do here is to define hamburger menu before the Amazona here. Here is the menu. After this, icon button is coming from material, and menu icon is coming from MUI/icon material. Scroll up, import it, and then here we have it. Set class to navbar button, and for sidebar open menu, we need to define state for sidebar visible. Scroll up, right before return, define sidebar visible state. By default it's false, and sidebar open make it true, and sidebar close make it false. Scroll down, and here is the icon button. After the box, we need to create a drawer. Here is the drawer imported from material UI, and set the drawer properties anchor to left, The open is depend on sidebar visible state, and on close we close it. Inside that, create a list like this and import a list and list item from material. The first item in the list is shopping by category. Define it like this. Set the box display to flex, align center, justify content space between, set shopping by category, and put a button to close the sidebar. The cancel button, like this one, cancel icon is coming from cancel. Save it and go back to the drawer and put a divider after the list item. Import the divider from material and then render categories. Here is the categories. It's a next link, and in the list item, I render list item as an anchor. And when user click on it, I close this sidebar and redirect user to the search category selected category. Import list item text. And for the category, we need to define a function before return use effect. Import use effect from React and define function fetch categories like what we did in the search screen. For the categories, we need to define a state for it. And for enqueue snack bar, we need to define use snack bar. For get error, open utils, error, and control space to import it. Save the code, click here, here, and here. Let's go and find the closing drawer. After drawer, it's time to show a box. I'm defining a box, but the box is conditional. If is desktop, make it visible, otherwise make it hidden. Scroll up and define it like this. I'm using use media query from material UI. Go back to the box here. Class visible and class hidden should be defined. Inside the classes.js at the very end, define visible and hidden display initial and display none. Go back to layout.js, and inside this box that is visible only on desktop, I'm gonna define a form to search product. Here is the form. On submit handler, the class is search form. Let's define classes for search at the very end. Here is the classes for search. Search form, search input, and search button. Save the code, go back to layout.js, port input base from material, and search icon from the icons. For imported, scroll up, duplicate this, make it search icon, and make this search. Then go to the layout, and right before the return, here, define query change handler. When we change the query, we need to update it using state hook. And for the submit handler, prevent default and redirect to the search screen. Save the code here, and let's check the results. Here I have hamburger menu. When I click on it, I can see a list of categories, and here I have search box. Let's try this one. If I click on shirts, I will be redirected to the search screen and I can see only shirts. Let's fix the issue. Layout, move the closing grid from here after the grid item here, and save the code. After this, cut the closing grid here and move it after this grid here. Let's check the result. Awesome, it works. So here I filtered based on the categories. Let's select all. I have 4 results. Based on price, I can close it. Based on price, I can remove the filter. I can sort by price, high to low, customer reviews, filter based on ratings, based on price, and also I can search for product. Only shows items that have fit. Great, we successfully implemented search screen. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In layout.js, we created a menu, sidebar menu, and also a search box. We created search screen to display search result. We created API to return categories, and in the classes we added CSS to style the search form. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. This is the last lesson in this e-commerce course. What we're gonna do in this lesson is to publish our code on Vercel and show our project to all people around the world. At the end of this lesson, you'll be able to deploy your project on this address sanity-amazona.yourname.vercel.com. If you are ready, let's publish it. Here is the plan to publish the website on the Vercel. First of all, we need to go vercel.com and click on sign up and create an account. I recommend to use continue with GitHub using account with GitHub. And after creating your account and login, go to this link, vercel.com/dashboard. Then click on new project. And in the import from Git repository, if you already connected your Vercel to GitHub, you will see the project Sanity Amazona here. Click on import. Here is the name of your project. You can enter your name at the end of it to make it unique. And for the environment variable, we need to add the variables in the .env file. Go back to the .env file here for sanity auth token, paste it here, paste the token, paste it here and click add. Go for the second one, JWT secret here, whatever it is, the secret, add. And the last one is PayPal client ID and copy it, paste it here. So what I did is to add environment variables here. Then click on deploy button. In the meantime, go to the sanity.io/manage, find your project, go to the API, click on course origins, and here we need to add the address of this website. There is an error in the building phase. Let's see what we get here. It says typography is defined but never used. So what I'm gonna do is to go back to the project, go pages.index, get rid of typography here. Let's push the code, put a commit and sync changes, and it's gonna be pushed to your GitHub repository here. And after a while, it's gonna be applied to the Vercel 2. Click back and click on your name and click on the newly created project. This time your website is ready. Click on visit and copy this link. You will get this error. Go to the cross origin, add cross origin, paste it here, allow credentials and click on save. Then go back and refresh your project. Awesome. We successfully published our website on sanity-amazona.vercel.com.